Neil? Here. Jenny?
Present.
Joseph? Valerie?
I'm here.
Myself? That is full quorum for today. I will do a review of the agenda. Item number 1 was roll call. Item number 2 was review of the agenda. We review the agenda for the meeting. Item number 3 is public hearing regarding proposed real estate tax for FY 2027. That starts on July 1st. The mayor and council will review the proposed real property taxes for FY 2027. Item number 4, public comment, and item number 5, adjournment. Are we all good with the agenda as presented? I need to verbally hear it.
Yes. I'm good. Yes.
I have one. I know that this is what we do about it, but we never discussed the real property.
He in the presentation that he gave to us, he like named he has not changed it, so.
I agree.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we have 5 verbal agreements. So we are moving on with the agenda as presented with no changes. All right, perfect. We're moving on to item number 3, public hearing regarding proposed real estate property FY 2027. And we have with us Mr. Kamali, our city manager. We have Ron Wilson, our finance consultant, and we have also Pink Holloway, who also is going to help us with communication and getting us track on time. All right, Mr. Kamali, I'm going to cede the floor to you for a few words, and then let me know when to cede it to Ron. Okay?
Thank you, Mayor.
Your
Good
mic,
morning, everyone.
Mr. Kamali, your mic
I'm sorry.
is off. There you go.
Yeah. Morning, everyone. So as you know that today, we start this meeting as a public meeting, and we want to hear your feedback from mayor and council and the community to go over the budget for proposed budget for FY 2027. And Ron Wilson and I are here to answer any question, any concerns, and then I will have my directors to come to the table, and we go to each department to make sure that if there is any question, concerns, again, we will be glad to respond.
So just as a point of information, this is a public hearing. For the second meeting, your departments are going to be here. You're one meeting ahead, but yes, they'll be here after as well.
All right. Having said that, I'll turn it over to Ron Wilson, our finance consultant.
Okay.
Go over the tax rates for fiscal year 2027.
Yeah, and before I change it over, just to point out, there hasn't been any change proposed on any other categories, correct?
Yes, we
Okay.
have not changed anything for past 3-4 years.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure it's clear. Ron, the floor is yours, and thank you for joining us as well this morning.
Okay, thank you. So as mentioned, the proposed tax rates are unchanged for fiscal 27, and they are as follows. The residential single-family home property tax, real property tax rate is 75 cents per $100 of assessed value. The apartment multifamily real property tax rate is 86 cents per $100 of assessed value. The commercial real property tax rate is 79 cents per $100 of assessed value. The industrial real property tax rate is 79 cents per $100 of assessed value. And the townhouse real property tax rate is 75 cents per $100 of assessed value. For the business personal property tax, the rate is unchanged at 99 cents per $100 of assessed value. The railroad and public utility tax rate is unchanged at $2.75 per $100 of assessed value. And the vacant.
Ron, can you bring your mic a little bit closer to you? They're having problems
Okay,
in the back.
sure can.
Is that better?
Yeah, I'll move it over here. Is that all right? Okay, great. The vacant developed property tax rate is unchanged at $2.50 per $100 of assessed value.
Okay, thank you so much. for presenting the property tax proposed for the city of Rainier for FY 2027. At this point, we have nobody in the audience for the hearing. So we're going to give it a few minutes in case somebody runs up the stairs and wants to say something. Okay, yeah. All right. But okay. Okay, Council, I mean, this is a hearing, so it's usually for the community to say something. But thank you, team, for the hard work you guys put forward. I know that every year you guys work hard at trying to make sure that taxes are not increased. And as everything going up in the world in prices, I know it's definitely a very big challenge. All right. Yeah. That's why I leave it open all the
Yes,
time.
we did not cut any taxes, and also we did not increase any taxes and not cutting any services to the community. And we're trying to even give more services to the community.
Thank you.
So I want to say thank you to the team. It's a teamwork. Thank you.
Yeah. And to, as a way for people, if anything, right? The beautiful thing about this is like when, I used to say we because Luke used to be here, right? But when I started, Mr. Kamali, when we started at this point, taxes were 95 cents per 100 square foot. So having it being 75 has been, and kept it underneath has been very successful. Okay.
Point of
Go
clarification.
ahead, Joseph.
Actually, no,
For the tax only.
never mind. That's for the next time. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Jenny, go ahead. What's your question?
I'm curious about the vacant developed property tax, and was there any consideration of raising it? And if not, why not?
I am waiting for the council to propose it, but if there is any need, we can go through the,
This is a fee. Right now it's
No, no,
just
no,
for
no.
tax rate?
yes.
I'm
she's
asking about the
talking
tax.
Yes, she's talking
Go ahead.
about the vacant tax property. And I've got several messages from the council members that they would like to increase it. So what we can do, if you all agree, we can go and change the tax ordinance and put that one in and add it as a new change.
So I would say, the mic. Yeah, if you guys, yeah. I would say that since it's an ordinance needs to be changed, we need to pull it to a meeting itself. Because we could propose it here, but the ordinance need to, like, documents need to be changed. We already learned that. We don't know, we need to get better at that. So it is, so two things, right? I want to make sure to give space for the residents to be able to talk, right? But number two, as we go through the budget, we definitely can make the suggestions. And number three, if anybody could share that proposal, that information with the rest of us would be great. And what is exactly being proposed, but also an evaluation from the staff on what exactly that proposal means. That would definitely help. Go ahead, Mr. Kamali.
Well, I did receive, and I think I am in agreement, to really increase that because I want to make sure there is a deterrent. And we want to make sure there are so many vacants, business and residential that Alma is here and she knows that we have trouble. Their house on 29th Street, for example. I have a tough time to get that one into compliance. So, and I talked to the city attorney and she was recommending to discuss it today. And then she can revise that tax ordinance and add that one as a new tax rate for the vacant properties.
Okay, Danielle.
I had made a proposal for the increase from $2.50 this year to $4, increasing it by $1.50, and then increasing another dollar next year to make it $5 to bring it back up to where it was pre-pandemic. That was my original thought, but I think that we should just go ahead and, jump straight to $5 and bump it the $2.50, because like we had talked, we need some incentive for these people to fill the businesses, fill the houses, fix them up, either fix them up, sell them, do something. But we've got way too many empty business fronts in this city. I mean, the old Urban Eats right here has been vacant since before the
Can we not
pandemic.
name businesses?
Okay,
names,
there's a
please?
business here in the traffic circle that has been vacant since before the pandemic. We have, and then of course we have this hole in the ground down here at Rhode Island and Eastern, and we do have houses through the city. And I think that the $2.50 that we have right now is too lenient, and it's not it's a tax write-off. And we need to make it hurt. We need people to go, wow, okay, that's smart. So my proposal, I'm retracting the $4. And my proposal is to go ahead and increase it by $2.50 to make it $5 per 100, like we did it pre-pandemic.
So can I say something? It is a hearing for the public, and we do have public. I would like to bring them up for them to see if they have any suggestions. And then we could go into the budget, but I think we're skipping ahead of the budget. So I would say if there's a proposal, share with the rest of us and bring it. And also, for me, I would like to hear the staff feedback on what that will mean, because I think that based on how how it's done, I want to make sure that the small homeowner that's struggling trying to get their house fixed might not be hit at the same rate than the bigger business, right? And I think that at times when we put numbers in front, I know it was discussed many years ago, before my time, I believe, where they felt like if you did $5, it will impact, and it will not help for us to be able to get that money as it will be put in escrow, right? So it might be a challenge. So what at least I would like to see is the information written. Any feedback from the staff, Mr. Kamali, you as well, obviously, so that way we have real actual numbers in front of us of what potentially could it mean, right? But we do need to change the ordinance. So if we could bring it to a work session so we could work on changing the ordinance, so we could do it all together, it would definitely help, okay? So we do have some members of the audience. This is the public hearing for the tax rate. If you guys have any comments, you're welcome to come and say something. If not, it's okay as well. All right. Okay. Hearing nothing else from this part. Okay. All right. I will so thank you for sharing the information about the public, to the public regarding the property and to council the real tax proposal for FY 2027. Item number 4 is public comment. We do have some members of the community. They've been invited to come in, and if they have any comments, they could speak. At this point, they have signaled that they're fine. So seeing that that is done, I would like to move to item number 5, adjournment of the public hearing. Can I have a motion on the floor, please?
I move to adjourn.
There's a motion on the floor. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
This will probably move in second. Any discussion? Here, any objections? Abstentions? Hearing none. The public hearing comes to an end at 9:45 a.m. So council, do you guys need a few minutes to go to a restroom or anything, or we're good? Or a small break, or you guys want to go straight through? Mr. Kamali I have your team starting at 11. Okay. All right. Let me see. Okay. Let me call the next meeting to order. Oh, sorry. There you go. All right. I would like to call this meeting to order today, Saturday, March 21st. This is a budget, the FY 2027 budget work session, of the mayor and city council for the city of Mount Rainier. This is an in-person work session, and it is scheduled to follow the public hearing. That is for discussions is, before I start, I'd like to do another, for the record, call to order. Valerie?
I'm here.
Joseph?
Present.
Jenny?
Present.
Danielle?
Here.
And I am here, so it's 500. We have a full board here, okay? Moving on to review the agenda, the mayor and council review the agenda for the meeting. Item number 3, proposed fiscal year 2027 budget review. The mayor and council review the proposed FY 2027 budget. Number 4, public comment, and number 5, adjournment. I need to hear from you guys if we are in agreement with the agenda as presented verbally, please.
I agree.
I agree.
Agree.
I agree.
Okay, full agreement, 5-0. All right, moving on to item number 3, proposed fiscal year 2027 budget review. The mayor and council review the proposed FY 2027 budget. Okay, so Mr. Kamali, I am ceding the floor to you to start the conversation and with the first step. So the floor is yours. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. And again, hello, Mayor and Council and everyone that is on this call or attending the meeting. Today, we are, proposing the FY 2027 operating budget and capital improvements for the city of Mount Rainier. In this budget, as I presented to you guys, we maintain the same tax rates for FY 27 and providing the same services. And what I'm trying to, so today we are here to go over each department, and I have the department heads. If the council or the community have any question, concerns, we can be available to answer. So having said that, I turn it over to Ron to the next page. That was my message to you guys, and I'm glad that you have read the letter that I provided to all of you.
So for those that are following online, the letter, it is on our budget. And I will definitely ask Ron, as I ask every year, make sure you let us know what page we're moving to, so that way we and the residents could follow along. And also what item, so that way if it's 4100, whatever it is, so we could follow along with you. Okay, at least we're aware of where we're at, okay? And for you guys that have, Ron Wilson is our finance consultant who helps us with everything finance for the city. And he's been with us for several years, 5 years already, more?
5 years with me, and before that, 3 years with the city, so close to 8 years.
Close to it. So he's definitely not a stranger to the city. All right, Ron, I give you a few minutes to gather your thoughts, drink some water, and walk us through what page to start with.
Yeah, we'll start with page 16.
Okay.
Yeah, because there has been a slight change in the head count for the city.
Okay.
All right. I'll wait for the presentation to catch up.
Okay.
All right. So in general government, the head count is remaining unchanged at 3 FTEs, full-time equivalents. For administrative services, we are increasing from 5 to 6. And that's due to the reassignment of our social services coordinator from the police department to administrative services. In economic development, we are reducing from 1 to 0. Mr. Kamali has reorganized that function, and the activities that were being handled by an economic development employee are being handled through City Hall now. The police department is decreasing from 23 to 22 FTEs, and that's strictly because of the reassignment of the social services coordinator. For the law enforcement and other administrative police positions, there are no changes.
Okay.
For code compliance, it remains unchanged at 4 FTEs. For public works, it remains unchanged at 10 FTEs. So the totals for the city are a net decrease of 1 FTE from 46 to 45.
Okay.
All right, in your packet is the organizational chart. Then we'll move to page 22. That is the revenue section for the budget.
This print has gotten smaller every year. It gotten more blinder every year.
We keep adding more and more stuff.
You see what happens? Go ahead.
Okay. For revenues for fiscal 27, the total for tax revenue is $6,990,557.21. That's a category increase of 5% over the previous year. The highlights there are we increased the real property tax estimated revenue by 3%, not because of tax rate increases, but just because of assessed value increases. That's our rough historical trend line. The other significant change is that in shared state income tax, we are budgeting 1.1 million for fiscal 27, as opposed to 1 million even for fiscal 26. For the licenses and permits category, we are budgeting $644,900. It's a 4% increase, not large dollars, but it is a 4% increase. For intergovernmental revenue, we are budgeting $606,705. That is a slight dollar decrease, but it's 0%. So in practical terms, it's unchanged. Charges for services, we are budgeting $26,200. That's unchanged from fiscal 26. For fines and forfeitures, we are budgeting $795,000. That is a 5% decrease from fiscal 26, and that decrease is driven by what we're seeing in our speed camera revenue. It is declining over time. We think that people are adjusting their behavior. They know the speed camera's there, so they're slowing down. So in non-financial terms, that's a win.
Yes.
But we have gotten kind of used to having that revenue. So going forward, we probably will need to come down on that each year.
Mhm.
For miscellaneous revenue, we are budgeting $208,500. That is a 47% decrease from fiscal 26, but that's because fiscal 26 had an $885,000 budget line for use of fund balance. That was the budget mod that we did earlier in the year for the first half of the purchase of the electric trash trucks. So taking that out of the equation, this category is practically unchanged. So our total operating revenue is $9,271,862.82. That is a modest 1% increase overall. Our grant revenue for the year, we are anticipating that it's going down. A big part of the reason for that is that the ARPA funds are starting to disappear, yeah, because we spent, almost the whole $5.5 million over the last several years, and it's been a great thing. But we won't have much of that going forward.
And as a point of information, by the end of December, they have to be spent or they have to be returned. So we will
That
be
is
spending
correct.
every single penny.
Yes, that is correct. So the total revenue with grants is $11,952,162.82. That is a 4% decrease from the previous year, and that overall decrease is all because of the grants.
Okay. All right. So, Council, thank you so much for being patient. So we're definitely going to let him read through it, and then we'll open it up for questions. So that way, for this is for each of the buckets. Okay. So right now I'm going to open it up to Council for questions. Okay. All right. Danielle, I'm going to start with you. Go ahead.
Now that we have those beautiful parking meters out there, do we have, because we haven't had those for the last year, do we have a good estimate of what we might see as a revenue for those, a good guesstimation going back historically or anything?
No, this is the first time that we're streamlining this process, because if you recall, it was a parking meters. Now we have the new system. It's called mobile app. And right now we are live right now. We're going to start the process on April 1st. Once we get some feeling about it, Ron and I will be amending the budget at that time, create a line item for it. But right now, I'd rather wait and see how it's going to act.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Jenny?
I have one point of clarification and then one question. The business occupancy licenses, is the reason that we are different is, do those come in later in the fiscal year? Just the actuals are 1,000 and the budget is 9,000?
Yes, those are seasonal.
Seasonal.
Okay.
Yes, so they, is that what here? Yes,
No,
they come in the
yeah.
spring.
Okay.
Yeah,
Actually, they have to renew their license on February 28th. Then Almo will provide that information to finance. And that's why when you look at the actual, it does not represent.
Okay, that's what I assumed. So question, the rent income on the Miles building, I guess I'm concerned about it being budgeted. I think getting rid of the Director of Economic Development and given a general decrease in new commercial occupancy, I'm concerned about 42,000 being budgeted. And I'm wondering if that doesn't come in, how we can make up for that difference.
Right now, I'm working with the listing company. Going back to your regarding the economic developments, I am taking care of that as a city manager. I take the responsibility for all the activities of that department. And right now, I am working with the listing company. The city attorney is reviewing the agreement, and I am sure that we're looking at hopefully $700 to $7,500 for the both floors. So hopefully we're going to get it to the market, and we're going to have someone to occupy it. If we don't collect that rent, Ron and I will work around the budget to make sure that, because always, let me tell you this, for past 6 or 7 years, I had a surplus in my budget because we care about every penny that we spend. And always we have a surplus. So that line item, which is $45,000 or $42,000, is not going to make that much difference. And I will definitely get this one done. And I will let the council know that the place is rented.
Okay. Thank you. Joseph?
Thank you, Mayor. Would it be safe to assume, or will you be doing an analysis if we decide to move forward with this new fee schedule, how will that affect the licenses and permitting fees?
Okay, yeah, we were going to talk about the fee schedule when we come back at the end of mayor and council discussion. And it's to me, if you look at my email yesterday, it's not really that much impact on it. So if there is something needs to be corrected, this budget is for FY '27. We always can go back and, do the budget amendment and increase or decrease.
But they're not incorporated now, correct?
No, right now, no. We're just, and that's the best number. And I think, it's not going to be that much difference, hopefully. But we're hoping to get more. If we get more, definitely. But this is based on the last fee schedule that is attached to the budget book right now.
And then on the solar credits,
Yes.
I know we just installed a bunch of solar panels, and I think
Yes.
we're going to be getting additional credits now. So I'm
Again,
wondering how this will change the
Okay.
number.
Again, Joseph, we just got the permission to operate for this building last week. And there are so much paper to sign, and the process is very tedious. Right now, we're working with, Pepco, 5 building, including the city hall, been added to that package. So, and I'm working with a vendor to make sure that it's going to take few months for us to know how we're going to get the revenue, or this number is going to change. This number is based on the city hall last year, and because we have a solar panel, and we've been getting average $700 to $800 credit for the city hall after our, consumption. So I'd rather wait until I have a clear picture for that, because when I put this budget together, we didn't know that when we're going to get the permit to operate.
So I will, in overall, I'll tell you, this is like the 9th, maybe 10th budget that I deal with. Mr. Kamali and the team, they put very conservative numbers. And then they will once the budget amendment comes in and the numbers start, closer and it's changed, they'll go ahead and adjust them. And there's a reason why we want to always have a surplus, but we're also always able to cover what we set our mind to, right? Mainly because all the numbers are very conservative. They don't over project, because that's where a lot of people get in trouble. So some of the questions are very much in the lineup. So they will leave it as it is, and they'll adjust through the year if need to. So for next year, we'll have a little bit more of a clear picture of what it looks like, depending how many months we have had the solar panels or the parking meters and stuff like that to help us out. But Valerie, go on.
Thank you. I was also interested in the new fee schedule, but Joseph and you answered that question, so I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I will tell you that most of the questions are asked, but as something to highlighting for us to think for next year, that's what I'm so glad we're getting solar panels and everything else we're working. The state highway revenue user that is supposed to end or change an equation once again. We only get 3% of the 100%. Which is more than we've gotten because if you recall correctly, a few years back, we were at 0.
Yes.
And got a cutoff from the city, went from the city used to get them. This is before my time, to getting nothing. Then in the last year, we have fought. The Maryland Municipal Place has been good at that. We fought really hard, at least got a percentage on, and we've been fighting for dear life to keep it. This year, I think we are going to keep it, but we're going to continue keeping on the legislation to make sure they don't change the equation. But be on the lookout that is definitely money that we might not be able to depend in the next few years. And for those that don't know what this revenue is that when you put gas in the pump, the tax, a percentage is supposed to come to the municipalities, because more than 80% of the roads in Maryland, the municipalities deal with it. At least in our case, basically all of it except for Route 1 is what the city is responsible for.
Exactly.
And the state highway user revenue is supposed to help us offset the cost. Unfortunately, we only get 3% of the 100% that we're supposed to be getting, and that's supposed to be totaling down. So that's one to look out heavily for. And I definitely, of course, look forward to seeing what more revenue comes in out of the solar panels, because that's one thing that we're very wise in when it came to ARPA and grants, to make sure that we had money that will continue expanding beyond the 5 years that's going to finish in December. So thank you guys for that. All right. So go ahead. What's the next section?
So the next section will be the
22.
citywide expenses. That's on page 32. Or what we call the general fund expenses. This is all the departments rolled up.
So just as a point of clarification, this is all the departments, and then we're gonna go really into depth with the departments, okay?
If you would like, we don't have to do.
But what,
total, but-
no, I'm saying when the directors come,
Yeah.
they will go ahead and talk about it in more detail if we have
That-
additional
that is
questions.
correct,
Yeah,
yes.
because I remember like, the first year, we were like, spend so much on, and then you told us you still are gonna have more information from
Yeah.
from the director, so we don't have to pull the directors until it's the department.
Yes, this is a high-level review of the expenses, and then we will have the detailed discussion about the departments later on today.
Thank you, go ahead.
All right, so on page 32, the category for wages and leave pay, the proposed budget for fiscal 27 is $3,727,283.41. This is a overall 3% increase for the category. Within that, we have a 5% COLA for city employees, plus the police officers who are covered by the collective bargaining agreement have an additional 2% merit increase. And then this is offset slightly by the reduction in the headcount. For the category employee benefits and services, the total is $2,160,000. I'm sorry, $2,160,000, $160,068.66. That is an overall 1% increase in the proposed cost. For the category materials and supplies, the total is $213,500. This is a 20% reduction over the budget for fiscal 26. Some of the highlights for that are we are projecting, well, at the time of preparation of this budget, we were projecting a decrease in our fuel and oil costs. Depending on what's going on in the Middle East and with gasoline prices, we might need to adjust this back up a little bit. We'll monitor the situation and see. In addition, we are budgeting for roughly a $10,000 decrease in uniform costs for the year. For repairs and maintenance, we are budgeting $158,000. This is a 13% increase over fiscal 26, and this is largely due to an equipment purchase that is in the budget for fiscal 27. That is the
Police department.
street sweeper, correct?
No, that's for the police department. That's how it's been increased from 14,000 to 48,000.
Okay.
Once we get there, I will explain that increase.
Okay. For professional services, we are budgeting $893,191 for fiscal 27. That is a slight 1% decrease over fiscal 26 budget. For other services and charges, the total is on the next page. We are budgeting $305,137.44. That is an overall 15% decrease from fiscal 26. And the biggest part of that decrease is the reduction in the contingency for fiscal 27. For this year, we have a contingency of 50,000, and last year's budget had a contingency of 80. Well, it was higher than that, but with the budget mod, it is now 80. For community activities, We are budgeting $255,600. And that is a 17% increase over the fiscal 26 budget. For infrastructure and facilities maintenance, we are budgeting $942,900. That is a modest 1% increase over the fiscal 26 budget. Then for capital outlay, for vehicle purchases, we are budgeting $380,087.07. That is unchanged from fiscal 26. Debt services, this is the principal and interest on Potts Hall. We are budgeting $236,095.22. That is unchanged from fiscal 26. That's a fixed amount every year until that bond is paid off. So the total operating expenses for fiscal 27 are $9,271,862.82, a modest 1% increase over fiscal 26. And coincidentally, it is the same number as the revenue that we're budgeting. So we are budgeting for a break even for fiscal 27. Grants expense is budgeted for $2,680,300. Again, the same amount as the budgeted revenue for grants. Grants are always a break-even proposition. So the total expenses, including the grants, are $11,952,162.82.
Okay, there is a little tiny note on it, says include budget amendment number 1.
Yes,
on
the
it.
fiscal 26 numbers, the
Yeah.
budgeted numbers for fiscal 26 include the budget mod that we did earlier.
Trash truck.
So
Okay.
if you were to pull out 26's budget book,
Mhm.
these numbers would not agree exactly with that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They have been updated.
And as a point of reference, if you're going through a book, you have the actuals from 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, 26, and so on and so on. So it's a couple years back so we could go through it. And last thing to point out, if you do notice, the interest for the bond for funeral home was paid off. So we don't have 2 ones, we just have the PASA one. So that was a big success to finish paying at least that loan and just basically match as much as we can on the other side, so that way we didn't have 2 of them, but remain on 1. So that was a lot of work and a lot of years of doing this. All right, I'm gonna start on the opposite and on Ward 2. Valerie, go ahead.
Thank you for going through this. I do appreciate that we are spending 45% of our expenses on staff. The rest is on community services and then facilities. So at the high level, those are the focus points for the city. I think that's really great. I don't have any questions on this at this point. I think we will go through it later, but the economic development programming and programs is basically at 0. And I think that's something we should discuss at some point soon. Thank you.
And we definitely could discuss it in the bigger. Go ahead, Joseph.
I think it makes more sense to ask questions when we get to the individual departments. So I'm not going to go into much here,
Sounds
but
good.
I did want to say it. I'm glad we have a balanced budget. And I'm really impressed that you guys are still doing that. And then I did have one question on the bonds. Can we overpay the principal and pay them off earlier? Is that something that's allowed to?
We have to look into it.
I think there's like a 10-year or something where you
Yes,
can.
no, it's 15 years loan that we got with a good rate at the time that we applied. It's 3 point something, which today's rate is 6 point something. So that was what I was lucky to get that one from the Truist Bank.
Yeah.
And we did work with DHCD. The rates were higher than the Truist. So this is a good rate. And to be honest with you, if we paid over, 15 years, We're not gonna lose that much, and the paying all in one place, the principal, it's gonna have some impact.
But if-
3%'s not that.
But if I'm
Yeah.
correct, Joseph, and they could give you the information, there's a cap where you cannot pay more. If not, you have to pay a penalty for, I don't know if it's like 10 or 15 years or whatever it was.
Yeah, there is. a
So there was, because that's something that we
legislation.
did ask, like, so can we pay, they were like, there is a portion that, a couple years that you can touch. But they could give us that information. Yeah. All right. Jenny, I'm going to come in around to you.
So I guess a point of clarification, the community activities section, that's not really within a department. So if I have questions about it, is now the time to ask that? Right?
No,
It's
wait
within the
until we get to the administrative services. They're listed over there, all the community activities, and you'll see it, except the green team is in Public Works, Bike Co-op is in Public Works. The rest is listed under Melissa's department, administrative services. So I don't know if I answered your question or not.
Just wanted to clarify. I have no questions right now.
Okay.
Danielle?
Yes, Councilmember Woodall and.
Bring it closer.
Huh?
The mic closer.
Okay. We were told a couple of meetings ago to keep them away because they could hear us, and today we have to keep them up close. The economic development, I agree, we need to have that discussion, and, yeah, so everybody's already covered my bases, so
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you. We could move it along.
All right, let's go. Next, the mayor.
Okay. Page 38. Mayor, this is the department mayor and council. The category wages and leave pay, these are the council stipends. Budgeted for $40,000, that is unchanged. For employee benefits and services, it's budgeted for $5,202.50, again, unchanged. Professional services, budgeted for $1,000, and that is unchanged from fiscal 26. Other services and charges, budgeted for $6,500. This is unchanged from fiscal 26. Community activities is budgeted for $33,000. That's a $13,000 increase over fiscal 26, largely because of the need to budget for election costs for fiscal 27. But also there's a $3,000 increase in the association dues. Because I guess it was MML increased our dues. We saw that increase come in.
And
In
PGCMA.
fiscal 26.
Yeah.
It came in
And yes.
over
PGs
$10,000. Yeah, where we had
PGCMA
budgeted
too.
a smaller amount in previous years.
400.
So.
Yeah.
So the total expense budget for mayor and council is $85,702.50.
A point of clarification, we don't each get 40,000, is 40,000 combined between all of us.
That
Okay.
is correct. That's
Yeah,
the
can we
total
make,
for all
can we make a
five
big
council
note
members.
because people think that that's our individual stipend, but it's not. All right, so I'm gonna go Jenny, Joseph, Danielle, Valerie, go on.
Budget line 5,400 was not in previous budgets. What is that for? It's $1,000. Professional contract services, what exactly is that?
That's for in case like we just had the retreat last month or any other contract that the council wanted to do. So we always put $1,000 because the retreat, like I've had 2 retreats since last year and I have to find a way to pay them. So I put $1,000 over there in case to see how we can cover.
That's for the facilitator for the council retreat.
Yep. The contract that you're gonna have with them.
Okay, Joseph?
I had two questions. One with the association dues, since I think this is prior to PGCMA being paid, we're budgeting less than we're already paid this past fiscal year. So it seems like it might be wise to increase that number just a hair, so that it reflects what we think, because we already know that number is going to be lower than what we're paying unless they give us a dues decrease. And then I was also wondering, I see the FY25 for conferences is quite higher than other years.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
What happened, because there was a issue with recording, you remember, Ron? MML?
Yeah, it was a timing
Yes.
issue. When you guys go to this, I guess it's the summer
Yes,
MML.
we didn't receive
Right.
the invoice.
The event happens in June
End of June.
because most of those expenses were paid with the credit card. We didn't see them in finance until much
The next
later.
year, yes.
So when we recognized this problem, then for the first time in fiscal 25, what we did is accrued those expenses that we identified. But that meant that in fiscal 25, to do that catch up, we actually recorded 2 years worth of expense. And we were okay doing that because fiscal 25 is going to be a surplus year. But now we're on that accrual schedule, and we, going forward, we will only have 1 year's worth of expense in every year.
Yeah.
And also, I would like to add that I promise you guys to go online and get the statement for the credit card, because like at this time, we went to Ocean City on June 26th. The statement doesn't come until July. So this year, I promised them I get them right within the fiscal year to cover that budget for that year, and you won't see that increase anymore.
That's
will give-
understandable. Thank you for the
I
clarification.
will give you one more pouring information on that. Not all councils, so 5 of us have gone. In previous councils for the conferences, for the fall, maybe 2 of us used to go, if not 1. And for the summer, it will vary. Sometimes 3, sometimes 4. Later it was 4 or 5. So at least in the last, Danielle and Valerie, what, 3 years? It's been 5 and 5. So that's also has changed. Prior to that, how do you call it? It was, the number was definitely different. I think we need to like start closing the store and just leaving that one open because it throws us off every time it opens. Okay.
Can I just go back to what the comment that Joseph made regarding the association dues? Joseph, the last one we include, because last time we paid PGCMA was $531. This year was $731. So the 200, this number that represents always, 500 up and downs. So I don't need to correct it. I just want to let you know that, yeah, the number is already incorporated. It was a big jump. Definitely, I would go for it.
Okay, seems like it should be 12,000, but.
All right. So then, sorry, Danielle?
Yes. My question is going back to the professional contract services. You said that money pays for the facilitator. We had a retreat, I think 2 years ago, and then this one. I thought the MML, that was a part of the dues that we were allowed or given those services. So if you could clarify, because that's why I've been okay with the increases in the dues, because I thought we got services from the MML in exchange. So if you could explain that just a little bit to get me clear, thank you.
Well, the one that you just had 2 or 3 weeks ago with MML, I have received $2,500 bill. And when I talked to Tom, he said that every city and town pays that service. This is something that we're giving you guys. I said, we have a membership. He said, well, membership is a different story. So And Mayor can probably weigh in more.
So
Thank you for that. I appreciate
Yeah.
as a point of information, we do pay more. What they do is like they reduce the cost because we're members, because getting people to do a retreats is a lot more money than that. So if it's like 5,000 or whatever we paid previously, they cut the price. The other reason why there's been a price increase with MML, we don't have to pay an additional NLC fee. It's folded into MML, so we get their affiliate services included as part of MML. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to follow up clarification on that. Thank you for that information, Mayor. Mr. Kamal, you have in here $1,000, and I'm assuming that was what it cost for the original. What did was that more than
No.
what we had a couple years
The
ago?
the one that we had with the lady, we did it over there, it cost us $5,000.
Okay.
We had some money at that time, Ron and I decided to put it in the association fees, and that's why you don't see it here. And now we projected $1,000 for this year, but I'm sure we can pay the $2,500 because it's not in this budget. That's in FY26.
Right.
And Ron and I find a way to pay it.
And the reason I'd like to make sure that that's in there, I think it does every council justice to have a retreat because it does help with communication and working together. So I think it's a very valuable service. I'm a little shocked it was that expensive. I thought we actually got
No.
a bigger break from MML.
No, as
But-
Mayor said, I'm sorry not to interrupt you. As Mayor said, that's the price for the members.
Right, I
But
got
if
you.
somebody from outside wanted, it's $5,000,
I
$6,000.
understand. I would like to see that reflect what it would actually cost from the MML so that every year we can have a council retreat. At least that's what I'm thinking. I don't know what the other council members may think, but that's my opinion. Thank you, sir.
Valerie?
Thank you. I think this reflects what we're doing as mayor and council. So thank you. I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you. Thank you for putting this document together. I know that at least when it comes to MML, when they switched the fee schedule about 3 years, something like that, they informed us that the increase was going to happen. The previous years, they gave us a step, so they didn't charge us the full amount. And then this year, they went ahead and charged us the full amount. But the beautiful thing about how the step has changed is based on population, which allows us to budget properly. Prior to that was in assessments.
Yep.
And that basically meant that every 3 years, the number of increase in the assessments for Mount Rainier alone will have put us way above that number that we currently have. So by them wisely changing it into population, we're still under the 10,000 bracket unless 2,000 people decide to move to Mount Rainier, then it would change for us, but at least allows us to budget correctly. So that definitely helps because looking at the numbers for assessment, it was going to be even a bigger jump that we could manage. All right, and in saying that, thank you for putting this together and projecting for the elections and what that change will occur with everything, with the various tariffs and everything going up in price. It's definitely been a challenge to try to budget stuff. So you guys do outstanding work at projecting and keeping it conservative so that we have room for any of those changes. So I appreciate that. And I also know that if you see something that has spiked up so much in the budget, you're definitely going to come to us. All right, I'll stay at that. Go ahead.
Okay, page 43. Oh.
Ron, go ahead.
Okay, for the category wages and leave pay, the proposed budget is $320,000. $320,791.90. This is a overall 6% increase over the previous year, although it's only $18,000. Employee benefits and services, The total is $131,174.15. This is a modest 2% decrease over the previous year, largely because of taking another look at the projected medical insurance for the year. So we did budget a modest decrease of about $5,000 on that expense line. Materials and supplies, the proposed budget is $15,000. That's a $4,500 increase over the previous year. It's a large percentage, but it's a modest dollar amount. And that is largely due to a deeper look at our historical spending patterns and our needs in these areas. And we determined that the budget needed to be increased. So we budgeted a $2,000 increase for supplies and a $2,500 increase in postage. Professional services, the budget is $562,200. That is a roughly $13,000 decrease from fiscal 26, or about 2%. Other services and charges, the total is $90,250, and that's unchanged from the previous year. Community activities, $38,500 is the proposed budget for fiscal 27. That is a modest $2,000 increase over the previous year, although it is 6%. And that is primarily due to association dues. Well, it's all entirely due to association dues, increasing from $1,000 to $3,000. I'm going by memory, but I believe the big item there is the AHTH, the Appalachian Trail. That alone is a little over $2,000 per year. $2,500 per year. So, oh, Anacostia. That's
Anacostia.
yeah.
Anacostia.
Yeah.
Anacostia. Association.
Infrastructure and facilities maintenance. The budget is $114,500. That is a decrease of $18,500 or 14%, largely driven by our projection for a decrease in electricity costs due to the solar panels. Mr. Kamali spoke to this earlier. We don't have a fully baked look at what we're going to experience from these solar panels, but we did feel comfortable putting in some reduction in the electricity costs. So we will refine that as we go forward, but this is our best estimate at this point. There are no capital outlays budgeted for City Hall for fiscal 27. So the total operating expenses for City Hall are $1,272,416.05. The City Hall also has a rather large grant in its budget. This is the Safe Streets for All. That is the basically $12 million program, which is 80% grant funded, 20% city funded over 5 years for a lot of street and sidewalk infrastructure. So the total expenses with those grants are $3,225,216.05.
Okay, Valerie, go ahead.
Thank you. I think the only overall change that I'd like to see in this is that I would like to have Gateway CDC potentially have additional funding for the Arts District management and for operations. And so the request I would make to the council and to you is to find $10,000 additional for Gateway CDC so that they may operate for the next fiscal year. And this is in line with what North Brentwood and Brentwood are doing as well. Thank you.
So can I ask for help from the council in previous years? We have it, yeah, in previous years, like somebody like does a running record, you're gonna be doing it, Valerie? Thank you so much. So if you something like that, we'll do a running record. So that way at the end, we could propose we could have the conversation, but also like we know what we're talking about, because we have to, if money's coming from somewhere, they have to move around from somewhere else. So that we have a plus and minuses, okay? So Valerie, thank you for taking up on that. Yeah,
Excuse me, did you suggest an extra 1,000?
10.
10,000, okay.
Can I say something, please? A previous year that we spent $50,000 over there, Mayor, it was ARPA money. And I just want to let everyone know that this budget is very tight. And I don't see as a city manager to have another $10,000 in this line item. This is my 2 cents, but I just want to let you guys know that because we spend the money from the ARPA at that time, and I believe the 25,000 for their operation, it's a good money, and 5,000 for art district management, that's another plus. So I'll leave it up to the council. I just want to let you
Yeah.
guys know about my view
Yeah.
about this.
So that's fine, Mr. Kamali. We'll add it up to the list, because remember, anything that comes in that we want to change, something has to come up from somewhere. So this is just like proposals as we go down the list, and then we'll have the
No, that's
discussion
fine.
with
That's
the
fine.
point that at the end of the day, we have to balance the budget, regardless of what it is, and we've been good at that. So definitely your point is well taken. Jenny?
The $200,000 for line 5400 professional contract services. I understand that hasn't changed, but it's a very large number. What exactly does that cover?
What line item is it?
That number,
Line 5400?
yes. That number is a contract for Ron Wilson. It's a contract for the Greenville. And another extra cushion that I have in case unforeseen situation that we need to have a professional contract.
And the line for Greenville, I would like to zero it out. How much is it?
It's $26,400, $2,200 per month. And we have a contract until May 1st or May 30th. I have to look at the contract. And we have to give them a notice 30 days in advance. So I'll leave it up to the council.
Yeah.
I feel that given the increase from MML's budget, MML does lobbying. I don't think that the city should pay for extra lobbyists. I also think that there will not be grants available in this coming fiscal year that there have been in the past. And so I think that money can be better spent elsewhere. I have another question.
Sure.
So no money budgeted for capital projects for City Hall. If we don't get money from the governor's budget, I'm interested in being able to utilize this space that is now vacant on the first floor, right directly below our council chambers. Howard, the architect, had said $20,000 would get some mini splits because we don't, the space, to be clear, doesn't have any HVAC. It's completely unfinished. I was in there yesterday. It's already getting pretty hot. $20,000 would, according to Howard, get us mini splits to make it usable. And then you could very inexpensively finish the walls. I'm wondering if we don't get the money from the governor's budget, if it could be an option to put some budgeted money towards finishing that space.
Well, I'd like to give you and Howard $30,000 to put this split over there first. That's not an accurate number because, let me give you this story. The mini split that I put in the basement to cool the server It cost me $38,000. I don't know where he got this number, and this is something I like to come up with the proposals, and I don't mind to do that, and provide that number to the council, and you guys make a decision, and I'll be the one to implement it.
Okay, I'm gonna go Danielle.
Thank you. First of all, the electricity, thank you for explaining that. That knocked me off my feet for a second. I was like, the residents are going to want to know why we're paying less and they're not. Thank you for saying solar. I really appreciate that. I had a question about something and now I forgot. Oh, the Safe Streets for All. So why is our grant lower this year by, like 500,000? Are we doing less projects this year? Or is it just the way that the schedule was set up from federal? So we're only given, because I thought it was more equal or even through the years, if you
Let
can
me
explain that.
explain.
Yeah, I can explain that
Thank
one.
you.
So in fiscal 26, we still had ARPA in the budget
That's
for
why.
a modest amount, but we still had some ARPA in the budget for fiscal 26. So what you're seeing in that line
It's only
is
SS
the
for
total of all the grants. Yes. In fiscal 26, there was the $1,952,000 for the Safe Streets for All grant.
Thank you for explaining that.
And also adding to Ron's comment, there are several projects that I project I can do it. And based on, and federal highway, has no schedule for me. I'm the one that create my schedule for the projects that is going out. Based on that, I get together with Ron and come up with that number. That's why we cannot put $9 million or $2 million. There is certain projects that, based on the timeline that I have, because you have to design it, then you have to go to the bid process, then select the contractor, and then you have to look for the good season to build it. So that's why we go 5 years. Right now, we are in 26. We got until 29, and I will finish it before the due date.
Great, thank you. And you should, from the last couple of years, I always ask for clarification because I have residents that are
Welcome to
watching.
ask, yeah.
So that's why I wanted to ask, because I know people are going to wonder why there's such a decrease. So thank you for that. So the only thing then this year going forward that we have grant money for right now that this is including is the Safe Streets for All.
In City Hall.
In City Hall, not including Public Works.
Yes, yes.
As far as City Hall is concerned. Great,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. I think first I want to say I'm really glad to see this electricity bill going down. So I hope other residents see how the positive impact of solar.
So what's going to happen if I don't make that number?
Well, I might be. It's still going to go down. I think my first two questions are probably some sort of budget weirdness that Ron will have to explain. 5105 and 5417 for FY24 and FY25 respectively
back
have
to the-
strong negative numbers. And I'm wondering why that is. One's for medical insurance and one's for general liability insurance.
Yeah, so for the
Yes.
medical dental insurance, again, we took a deeper look at what the demographics for City Hall and the rates for those demographics. And this is our best, more accurate estimate of what the cost will be for fiscal 27. Now, I will say, we have yet to be notified of any rate changes by Legit. It is possible that we will need to adjust these numbers, not just for City Hall, but citywide, that we will have to adjust these numbers after we get a notification of rate changes from Legit. Okay.
I'm sorry,
yes.
I wasn't clear in my question.
Yeah.
In FY24, the actual expenses for medical insurance were negative $7,500. And I was
okay.
wondering what that was about. And then there was another similar one for FY25 for general liability insurance.
Yeah. So what happened, first of all, for the medical insurance in fiscal 24, 24, we did receive a
Refund.
rebate from Legit for our claims experience. So in a backdoor way, it's a semi self-insured program. So
Okay.
we do get credit if our claims come in
Go
less
lower.
than projected.
Mhm.
eh, Sorry. We do get credit if the claims come in less than the actuaries project. Conversely, if they come in higher, we don't get an extra bill, but they do increase our rates for the next year. So,
Okay.
and then for the general liability, what happened is that, again, it was Legit, the local government insurance trust, Legit. For a reason we're not quite sure of, they went back and looked at the rates they had been charging for 3 years.
Yeah, 3-4 years.
And
then
had determined that they were
overcharging.
charging us the wrong rate.
Yes.
It was too high.
Mhm.
So they gave us a refund.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. So,
Yes.
I mean, it was out of the blue. We didn't know it was going to happen until the check came in the mail. So, yeah. So,
The check, I went to the Legit office in Hanover and I picked up the check.
yeah.
Yes.
Well, I hope-
And I just want to let everyone know that Legit had the meeting on March 18. They usually have their yearly meeting before we put our budget together. So I'm supposed to receive the new rates next week. And on the 8th, April the 8th, if Mayor remember that, I'm going to have a meeting with them to go over our plan, dental, vision, and medical, and see what we can do some cost saving. And again, this fiscal year, we should have, I've been told that we're gonna get another credit because our claim is lower and because we lost one employee, unfortunately. And so our claim is going down because less expense for the Legit and Benecon that, serving our medical. So it all depends, as Ron says. The more you use it, the more you have to pay for it. If you don't use it, there are some credit that you receive at the end of the year, and then we adjust it.
Okay.
Yes.
And one last thing, this is half back to the last one. I just wanted to note for the running list, I did want to include the extra 1,000 on the dues and the extra 1,500 for the professional services that another council member suggested for the running list.
Okay. My turn. So thank you for information, Gillette. For those that are not aware, MML was the one that created Legit. It's a co-op between the various local governments that allows us to be able to not just get good health services for our teams, but also at the end of the year, we're able to get money back depending on the claims. So that's been part of the things that are a factor into our dues for MML. So saying that there was a statement regarding Greenville, I'm definitely are not in support of that. As a matter of fact, seeing that we don't have economic development aside from Mr. Kamali being done, they heavily do that part. Their fee might be 22 a year, but they brought more money than that every year. How much?
$26,400,
$26,000, yeah.
$2,200 a month.
Thank you. And they have brought more money than that, including the cameras, including the stop signs, including the money for City Hall. And right now we have $750,000 in the governor's budget that they are working on. I think that we also need to differentiate what MML does and doesn't do. MML advocates for all the municipalities in certain subjects, and certain subjects are completely off hands. And this is where we're able to, as a city, advocate for the things that we also need. And we have been very successful in the last 5 years to be able to receive a lot more money than we've ever received in in any time of the city, right? But they also have been key in advocating, advising, and making sure that if we need any support on any of the subjects, both county, state, they don't deal with federal, but they do, like, if we need help advising, they also advise us to who we need to talk to in order to make sure we have the things that we need. But heavily has been a lot of support for the money that they charge us. And I'll tell you this, they have a pretty good team. I definitely, I think me, Mr. Kamali, and the whole entire staff work with them in case they need something to be able to provide it. But I will tell you this, I don't think us pulling out from being able to lobby for what we want as a city individually, because we are competing with other cities that have lobbyists and that have been getting money that we didn't get. So that is what, so if this budget heavily also depends on grants that we bring and income they have helped us receive. So if we pull them out, we're definitely going to be cutting a good chunk of this budget, if not this year, in the upcoming years, because it's not that easy. And we have a wonderful legislative team in the Congress and the Senate. However, they also need the additional help we provide in order to make sure they advocate and lobby the other elected officials for what the city wants. There is a over $3 billion deficit right now in the state. The fact that we even have $750,000 in the budget is to the hard work of what Greenwood has been doing for years to follow through and basically does his best not to take no for the city. They're there. And I'll tell you this, I'm not going to get myself in a position where I'm going to be in Annapolis every day, because then you guys are going to have to pay me to lobby, and it's going to be a lot more money than that. So just be aware of that. Okay, and in saying that, let's move on to our next department.
Okay, administrative services, it's page 48.
Hold on.
Hold on, we have Melissa coming with us. So Melissa is our,
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Public Works.
Ron,
oh, it's Public Works? Oh, you jumped at what page?
yeah,
Well, I
Public
was
Works.
going in my order, but I see that Public Works is next up on the agenda.
So we have Public Works, so we have our Director of Public Works, Rocio Latorre, with us, joining us. And can you let us know what page, please?
65.
Ron, are you trying to go home early? You
Yes, I
skipping
am.
everything, you know? Can't believe it.
All right, so page 65. Okay, everybody ready? Guys, everybody ready with page 65? Yes?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ron.
Page 65, Public Works. The category wages and leave pay is budgeted for $614,267.68. Overall, that's a 4% increase. Employee benefits and services, the category total is $364,562.78. That is a modest $13,000 decrease, again, largely because of the deeper look we took into the projected medical insurance costs. Materials and supplies is budgeted for $76,000. That is a $18,500 decrease from fiscal 27, or 20%, largely driven by a decrease in uniform cleaning expenses and a slight decrease in vehicle fuel and oil. Repairs and maintenance is budgeted for $64,000. That's a $3,000 or 4% decrease from fiscal 26, largely due to a lower budget for equipment repairs and maintenance, and a slight decrease in the projected equipment purchases for the department. Professional services is budgeted for $78,000. That's a $12,000 or 13% decrease from fiscal 26. And that is largely driven by a decrease in the budgeted amount for the street sweeper. Community activities, the budget is $11,700.
Skip one, other services and charges. Other
Oh,
services and
Excuse
charges.
me, other services and charges.
Watching you, Ron.
Yeah, you're welcome. Is budgeted for $92,500. That's a $500 or 1% decrease from fiscal 26. Largely due to an adjustment in what we think the team building and appreciation will be for fiscal 27. Community activities are budgeted for $11,700. That's an $1,100 or 9% decrease over fiscal 26, and that's due to a decrease in the budget for the green team expense. Infrastructure and facilities maintenance, that category is budgeted for $779,400. That's a $14,400 increase over fiscal 26 or 2%. And that's largely driven by the street light and signal
Street lights and signals from 80,000 to
Yes,
95.
this is the electricity cost for the street lights and signals, and that expense has been trending upward. Capital outlay is budgeted for $185,087.07. This is our share of the second half of the purchase of the electric trash trucks. So the total operating expense budget for Public Works is $2,265,517.53. It is a slight $10,000 decrease overall, but that's so modest that it's basically a 0% change in the budget. For grants, we are budgeting $627,500. That is the grant portion of the second half of the EV trash trucks. So the overall budget for Public Works is $2,893,017.53.
Okay, thank you so
Mayor,
much.
Before
Yeah.
you start asking, I'd just like to explain it to the council. On the line item 57,505, we did the budget amendment this year, but after Rocio and Bill and I had a meeting with the federal SHA, and they told us right now, we just start the process. We may not be able to use the budget amendment money in FY 26 and purchase the first truck. Both of them is going to go to the next year because it's a federal grant. The process is just like SS4A. There is a lot of red tapes and we have to make sure that, and they told us not to purchase anything. Rocio got the proposal. We were going to do the purchase. Unfortunately, we have to pause. So I was going to talk to Ron and maybe we have to project that line item. We're going to make the correction and give you a copy of it. Both of them is going to happen in next year, hopefully, if we can get, because the experience that I have from SS4, it took us 1 year to sign the document
Yeah.
right now and allow us to move forward. I think this is the same ball game, and I want to make sure that you guys be aware of that number. That number is going to be changed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamali. Rocio, anything else to add or we're good? We're glad to see you here. All right, I'm gonna go Jenny, Danielle, Joseph, Valerie.
Couple of questions about repair costs. So in line 5,300, I see that the actuals, excuse me, for the first half of the year are nearly twice what's budgeted.
Yes.
And that concerns me.
Okay.
Similar question for line 5612. The actuals are over twice what's budgeted. If you could speak to those.
Okay. First of all, regarding the first question, yes, unfortunately, and I'm glad that we're going to get the electric truck. We have a Mack truck that we had to spend a lot of money because it was a computer problem. We had to switch 2 or 3 shops, and finally we could get it fixed with D&D. That's why the reason for that increase. So the truck, somehow we got into trouble. It was a computer, and diagnosing that issue, it cost us a lot of money.
I guess, but just based upon what you had just said about the grant purchase, it sounds like realistically it's going to be a year before we get the new truck.
Yes.
How likely is it that we may have an outlay of like a similar cost this year for vehicle repair?
I don't see it. That was an unusual cost, and Rocio and I spent so much time, and we went through this process, and we're not going to face another one like this because our trucks are in a good shape, except the regular maintenance, which is something that you cannot avoid. But that was unforeseen situation, and thank God it's fixed, because right now it's been almost 2 months that the system is, because they all, work with the computer programming. And unfortunately, we just, we're lucky that we could find the problem.
And also 5612, the streetlight repair.
50
Similar question.
Hold on a second. 5612 Street. Okay. That's another one that, first of all, Pepco, 5612. That's for decorative lights. And I have a good news. Just it was yesterday. So finally we could find the short wire, and we had to dig. Yes. To be honest with you, I'm so pleased that finally Hawkins could find it. We cut the sidewalk. If you look at on 34, the sidewalk should be fixed today. We found the short wire. They're going to replace it. We spent so much money today, and it is unfortunate these days when after the COVID, please everybody be advised, when you call for a service call, just, it costs you right on the spot $2,000. And when they come here, I'm not controlling their time. Sorry.
Okay, so I would like to ask staff to, council, try to be precise because we're running out of time and we were trending lightly. We have 5 minutes for the time to finish and we haven't even gotten around. All right, Danielle, go.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to ask if there is a correction that needs to be made or if this is actual. You have 26 line item, 5,400. 26, it was 30,000.
Yes.
You're projecting 20,000. That's not a 100% increase.
Oh, that's a formula error. on
Yeah,
my
that's,
part.
that's,
I just want to make sure, I know, I'm just pointing it out because,
math is good, and that's his fault.
no, I see patterns and stuff and I'm like, that doesn't work out very well for me. Actually, Councilmember Hoffpower brought up because I've been about these decorative lights and the fact that you found the short
on.
on 34th.
Yes.
But these are the ones that have been out constantly. Didn't it cost us $10,000 to fix them just a few months ago?
It's more than that. This increase that you see over there, so we've been working with the Hawkins.
Yeah.
And they just, they had to come so many times, go manhole by manhole, because we have an underground line.
Right.
And it was full of water, it was full of snow, and there's no way that you can, seal it or, protect the wire. So somehow we are lucky at this time that we found the short connection and it's already fixed. The lights were on last night.
Well, let me ask you this. So then my concern about having to replace those is okay for now. We don't have to worry about that because we have fixed the problem.
Yes.
I still would like to look at finding grant money to replace it, or to do the LED thing.
That's, yeah.
So you are looking into that? Yeah,
Yes.
because that has just been,
FYI, the cost of replacing the whole thing, according to Rocio, $500,000. So
well,
we're
we have a
lucky.
grant writer for a reason.
Yeah, it's on Bill's radar.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for answering my question.
Okay, Joseph, Valerie?
Thank you, Mr. CEO, and Mr. Kamali for this, and some of my current questions were already answered.
Joseph?
Sorry, some of
I'm
my
gonna
questions
start charging
were
a
already
quarter every
answered.
time you guys forget.
I was wondering why the bike co-op expenses were quite higher than budgeted, and whether or not the FY27 proposed is going to be enough. And then I also had a question on the grant, but I'll do the
Okay,
bike co-op
the
first.
bike co-op first, we spent close to $8,000 for the roof replacement. That was an unforeseen situation again.
Okay.
The roof was leaking and we had to go and fix it. That's why you see $10,000 over there for first 6 months. But usually based on the history of the account, we put 4,000 and always it's good enough.
Okay.
So
And then with are there going to be any issues with the electric refuse trucks and I think it's BABA, Buy American Buy Something Act?
definitely that's a part of the requirement. Baby something is called, buy the American products. So that's the one that we're doing in SS4A right now. And we let every contractor, when we get the material, we have to make sure, like when we get the truck, Federal Highway has to approve it, that MAC is built in the US, is not coming from outside.
What about the chargers? Because I've heard
Same
they
thing,
want to,
same
even if the
Everything.
chargers are a separate project, they want to like make.
No, they're part of this project, and they told us that the requirement is the same thing as we are practicing right now with SS4A. So we're already aware of that, and we want to make sure, because they're not going to reimburse you. You're going to purchase, you have to make sure you go through the checklist and you have everything in place.
Okay, good. And I also would like to make a motion to add 8 minutes to.
You want to add a time? Okay. How much time do you have left right now? 14 seconds, okay. Can we agree on 8 minutes? Yes.
Second?
Okay, discussion? Objection, extension here, none, 8 minutes, but try to keep it concise because I feel like by the time it gets to me, if not, I'm gonna start talking because I feel by the time it gets to me, like I have no questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think my only question on this at this point is for the community garden. We are getting a permanent water line and ADA accessibility into the garden. And the grant is coming from the redevelopment authority to the Gateway CDC, which is then being worked on with the city. So I wonder if we should be adding the 24,330 to the grant tab, because we might spend some of that in this fiscal year, but I imagine most of it will be spent in the next fiscal year. Thank you.
I have already talked to Ron regarding 24,400 that we're getting from Redevelopment Authority. We were waiting for the grant agreement. You sent it to me last week, so definitely we're gonna reconsider it in this one. And the project is gonna be complete by Rocio this summer, and they're gonna have regular water to the community garden, and they're gonna have the ramp handicap, and hopefully the tool shed is gonna be up soon too.
Yeah, the only question that I would have on that is the timing of it. Anything that takes place before June 30 would actually be in fiscal 26's budget.
exactly.
So we will have to
Yeah, we
put our heads
coordinate
together to figure out which portion is going to happen in 26.
and which goes
would
to
happen in
27.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we had a note about that somewhere in the budget.
Yeah, no. We're gonna make a note. Everybody's taking notes from that room all the way to here, taking notes.
So, I do have an ask. When it comes to the bike co-op, community garden, green team, I know I'm not asking for them to be removed from Public Works, but I'm asking for a note to be made under the community, under Melissa's side of the budget that just says like X amount of money is also added to it so that way the community knows how much money we put back into the communities as well.
Well,
So
Mayor.
I just a note, not a change.
Well, I just want to let you know that because Rocio, by co-op, Rocio has to purchase the equipment for them.
Mm-hmm.
And the green team, they work with Rocio mostly. And community garden, the same thing. So we gonna make a note, but I like to keep that one in Public Works
Yeah,
Department.
I'm not asking to move. I'm
Okay,
just
I know.
making a note, just because I think that it's good for the public to see, for the community to see that
Okay,
a lot of money goes back into the community through like committees. And I think that there's a good amount of this one that to be added on it, because that way we could say when we do the pies, like the overall pies back to the community committees, we definitely know how much money is being put from circulation, and it's important why community input is great, right? But that's it. But no, I fully understand why it's here, because you're leading it. Just a little note so that way people are aware, because I think that sometimes like they use that total without realizing there's more money that's being put into committees. All right, other than that, my questions have been addressed. If not, I know where to find you. And thank you also for putting the asterisks in the bottom that showcase the match. Something to point out for SS for All is a reimbursable grant. So that's the reason why we also need to have like enough money to be able to spend it. And that team has been outstanding at making sure they put the receipts right in order for us to get the money like right back in. And we just submitted our first year report. So thank you guys for that. And it's been a lot of work. But
big challenge, Mayor.
Yeah.
Let me let you know that invoice number 8 right now, it's gonna take us some time. Federal Highway has got so many requirements.
yeah,
And I appreciate the team that putting everything together. And right now, we have sent them 8 invoices.
yeah.
And 7 of them have been reimbursed, and we're getting the next one hopefully soon.
So thank you guys so much for that, because it has alleviated for us not to raise taxes, mainly because we've been able to like depend on grant funding and making this city walkable. So thank you for that. Rocio, thank you for joining us. Okay.
Rocio,
And
make-
please,
No, make
Please
sure you
extend.
stay for lunch.
yeah, so please also extend a thank you to your whole entire team. Through the snow, through the rain, through like lights out, they have been there, and they're there as part of our emergency team, just as, our police department is. They work hand to hand, so please do that for us. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to the next line item. What's the next one?
Code compliance.
Code compliance, we have our director, Amar Ferrufino, with us, joining us as well.
Page 52.
Before-
52?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Mayor, I have a suggestion, because I sent you guys something and we skip it. I did it on purpose, the fee schedule. Fee schedule is mostly related to Alma's department. And I would like to discuss the fee schedule at the same time that we're going through her budget. If you guys okay that, we don't have to go back to the fee schedule again. And if you have any question, Alma and I be able to answer the increase and elimination of the fines on the fee schedule.
So can we do,
Yes.
can we go ahead and do something? Can what page you said it was? 50?
52.
If we could have Ron go through
Yeah, and
that
then after
part,
that.
and then any question on Ron on that, and then we'll jump to the
To the
fee
fee
schedule.
schedule.
Okay, so that way I don't get it all jumbled through it.
Thank you.
So council, if there's any numbers about like fees, hold them until we have the discussion, okay?
Thank you.
All right, Ron Wilson, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay, code compliance, the category for wages and leave pay is budgeted for $282,874.35, an overall 5% increase, and this is due entirely to the COLA. For the employee benefits and services category, the budget is $211,454.32. This is a 12% increase in the budget for this area, largely due to an increase in medical expenses, which is due to a change in the demographic. So we had a change, we had a person who was at individual coverage replaced by a person who has family coverage. So that increased our costs
Yeah.
significantly.
Different rates.
And for such a small department that has a
Exactly.
really large percentage increase. Materials and supplies, that budget is $13,000 and it is unchanged. Repairs and maintenance, that budget is $3,000, which is a $2,000 decrease from fiscal '26 because the equipment purchases the budget is decreased from 3,000 to 1,000. Professional services, this is budgeted for 21,500. It is a modest decrease of $1,500 in that budget, largely due to a decrease in the estimate for employee training. Other services and charges is unchanged at $400. Community activities is budgeted for $9,000. This is a $2,000 decrease over fiscal '26 due to a $1,000 reduction in conference and convention expense and a $1,000 decrease in association dues. Infrastructure and facilities maintenance is budgeted for $9,000, which is no change from fiscal '26. So the overall expense budget for code compliance is $550,000, $550,228.67, which is an overall 6% increase.
Okay, thank you for that. Danielle, you go up first.
Thank you. Alma, thank you, and Mr. Kamali, thank you for this budget. I'm glad we have somebody with a family that we're covering, so thank you for that. I was like, why is that increase when it's decreasing everywhere else? That's great. I'm curious about the association dues and the conference dues. With everybody else's dues going up, how is this one going down?
Exactly. If you look at the history of the account, and so I decided to bring it down $1,000. And believe it or not, at the beginning of this, I said that I need to squeeze my budget in order to stay balanced. And I'm sure that amount is going to cover the association dues and the conference.
So nobody's having to quit an association
No,
or dues or anything?
no.
Okay.
We don't do that. We keep the team to go to all the, training like last year. Alma didn't wanted to go somewhere. Unfortunately, she was not able to make it. So that's why you see the history on that line item.
Mhm.
And I think that's good enough for this year. And if there is an adjustment needs to be done, the entire budget is just a rough estimation right now. But we definitely pay attention to the actual numbers. And based on that, we project the new numbers.
Okay, great, thanks.
Jenny? Thank you, Danielle.
I just had a question about the training. I'm wondering if Alma, if you could speak to kind of the trainings that code enforcement goes through, and with the reduction, it's a significant reduction. If there are trainings that are not being done that perhaps should be, if you could educate me on what that involves.
Sure. So definitely the training is something vital to code compliance, as you know. There are so many things that we have to cover. One of the things is that strategically we put every inspector that starts, like the 2 new inspectors we have, I made sure that I put them in training, like on the basics of code since they began. But we do have like quarterly trainings with the ZOZOA, which is the whole United States code enforcement. And we do some virtual calls. So we always try to make sure that we're, active and also learning step-by-step little things. So making that decrease, I don't think it's gonna make any difference actually, because we always try to, either go to other municipalities. We have good, relationships with other code. So we always try to bring in what we can and not to like spend money from residents. So, yeah.
Thank you.
She gets a lot of free training because she has a good connection, and every other 2 or 3 weeks, you guys, all of the team.
Yeah.
And very soon they're gonna go to Salisbury.
Mhm.
There is a training coming up. Yes, every year they go there 2 nights, and we cover them. So my goal is for the team to get the training no matter what. And there is a reason that, because again, look at the history of the account and can tell. So we had to play with those numbers. We're not trying to cut any training. FYI.
And just to add to that, definitely Mr. Kamali accommodates if I have something that I bring into the table, and I advise him that it would be good for training for the inspectors or myself. He accommodates, so that's something that.
Yeah. Also attends MML. So she gets that additional training as well at the conferences, and it's pretty good. She's like almost there to graduate.
One class.
One class left. So I want to make sure that we also are aware that additional training will have cost quite a bit of money, and that's covered as well. So she's almost there. We do have a couple staff members already.
And also, last year, Mayor Alma went to ICC. Would you
Yep.
please let them?
No, actually, I went to a conference for women empowerment for code,
Yeah.
which was very, very good, knowledgeable. Wise, because I got to meet a lot of individuals from the whole United States,
Was in
women,
Denver?
so in code. So that was wonderful.
Alma, was it in Denver?
No, actually, it was in Reno.
Really?
Like right next door. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Huh?
No, they're gonna send it by the check. They're gonna send it by the check.
All right. Perfect. Joseph, Valerie?
I have no questions at this point for code on this aspect of the budget, but I will once we get to the fees.
Sure. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Joseph. Go ahead, Valerie.
Thank you. I don't have any questions on this either. Thank you.
I think I will reserve any question I have for later so we could get into on it. But in saying that, I'm gonna thank you also as well for your team. You guys have turned around that department by quite a bit. And you could definitely see the training has definitely paid off. Their customer service pretty well, and but also their ability to work with the community has been outstanding. So please extend a thank you to them as well. Then it's been a different level of professionalism that we continue to see year after year. So that training and work and leadership has paid off.
Thank you. I will let them know.
All right. So Thank you so much. So we are going to move to part B of this discussion, which is going to be
Fees.
the fee schedule.
Right.
All right, and So can you guys do me a favor? We could address the ones that we're planning on changing, because quite a bit of them are staying the same. Or you guys want to go fee by fee?
No.
How do you guys want to do this? Mr. Kamali, can you let me know?
Well, I
What's your
just want to
suggestion?
let you guys know that I can bring to your attention all the changes. The rest of the fee stays the same.
Okay.
But I want to let everyone,
You're fine.
okay, let everyone know that if you look at the old budget book or even in this proposed, which we're going to change it, it's a fee schedule and the fines. So I've been working with the city attorney, with Alma and Chief Prez to take the fines out because the fines are in the code. And to be honest with you, when I was trying to read it from the fee schedule, I was confused because I would go to the last column and that's the fines, that's not the fees. So that was the purpose, to make it, to streamline it for the community. And so what we did, based on Alma's recommendation for some of the fee schedules and myself, we increased some of them because it has not been really looked into it for so many years, those fee schedules. I can just, point out
So
the
can we do
increase
that?
And yes, and let you know what's going on.
Okay.
So if you look at chapter 3,
Go ahead.
it's a vacant building. We just changed, we did not increase anything. It was a biannually, we made it annual fee because it's the same thing. It doesn't make that much difference. Number stays for the 3 categories: commercial, single family, and utilitarian, building, the same number. Then we go to chapter 7. Chapter 7, we increased the side cafe, permit from $25 to $75, to be honest with you, because we have very limited sidewalks and they're just, I'm trying to, somehow, let them have it, but if anybody wants to have it, there is an associated fee, 75, because again, there are always some work for us to go after that and clean it up. We want to make sure that's there. Then we go to chapter 7 again, general license and permits, added reinspection fee for rental dwelling units after the second inspection equal to the original fee. So that was not there, and based on Alma's and city attorney, we decided to have a fee for reinspection, because once we do the inspection, if you don't correct, then the team has to go back. So there is a fee associated for their time. That's why we wanted to make sure that, and
So for this one, reinspection after second is per each inspection after the second one? Okay.
yes. And I'm sorry. Okay, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Business license. Okay. Yeah, the business license, what about it? I'm sorry.
So we brought it up.
From, I missed that one, Alma. Thank you. All right, on chapter 7 again, business license, it was $50. We would like to increase it to $100, and it depends on the square footage. So that's the one that we increased, and then if they have more than 500, then the rate is gonna go up accordingly. Then we go back to chapter 7 again, general license and permits, increased commercial refuse collection from 75 to 125. We left additional $10 per building as is. You council can, consider raising it if you want. We also left out $500 as a cap. Chapter 7 again, license and permits, increase the outdoor event, public space, because that was $25. We like to increase it to $100 because the staff time is involved. And the police department and public works, they have to get involved. They have to do the street closure. They have to take some equipment over there and put some cones and barricade to close the street. So that's needed. Chapter 11, refuse collection, altered the manner in which the fee for special bulk trash collection is expressed because it was ambiguous and therefore being handled on the case by case. So here regarding the bulk, usually we look at the first minimum fee that we have is only $50 based on the 3 cubic feet. And then we send Leroy as a program, as a maintenance guy, he goes there, evaluates, the situation. If it's more than, 3 cubic feet, then we come up with the higher fee. That's why we're suggesting to make sure this one is covered. Chapter 7 again, no, I'm sorry. Then we deleted the CDMA fee. All you know that because of some legal matters that was involved, and it was advised by the city attorney to take it out. Chapter 12, street, increase the right-of-way, permit from 25 to 50. If resident needs to cut our sidewalks or do anything, that fee was too low, and we would like to increase it to $50. Chapter 14, animal control, city animal hobby from $5, because $5 is not really a good fee, to $25. Chapter 13, traffic, increased impound administrative fee from $75 to $85. That was consulted by Chief Perez and the city attorney. So, and then that's all the changes we have. And as we pointed out in this email, the city attorney is updating the fines. And we had a meeting yesterday, Chief Perez and myself and the city attorney. We went over the fines, and she's trying to come up with a new ordinance for the fines. And that will be presented to the council at the work session in April. So if you guys have any question, any concern, I'll be glad. I just want to mention something. Council member Joseph Chikuda suggested some changes too, and I think he's going to talk about this too.
So I'm going to ask something moving forward with the document. If we could, at least what we're working on it, if we could put what it is to what has been changed to make it easier for us to follow through. It definitely, because I tried to take this note as fast as I could, and if we could do that when we have the work session. It doesn't have to be in this one because it's an ordinance, but even if it's a separate
We
sheet.
create a table for you guys and put it there.
please.
So I put it in the email because it was, time sensitive, because I got this finally yesterday and I had to come up with something for today.
And-
Next time, we're gonna put it in the table.
Yeah, and,
Definitely will do that.
and number 2, I know this is what you guys are proposing. And number 2, if there's any proposals from mayor and council, we could have like a different sheet that shows what proposals are being put forward so that we know between one and the other.
Okay.
Just as a point of clarity.
Yeah.
But not for today, just
Okay,
to help
I
us out
got
for the work session.
All right.
So, thank you for that. It's definitely a lot of work, and yes, there's some things that have been stagnant forever. All right, so I'm gonna go on Valerie this side. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for working for the last year to update this. I think it's quite important. My questions revolve around the commercial, industrial, multifamily, mixed-use registration in Chapter 3C. I know it's annually a $1,600, so we're not functionally changing the cost, but does it help to have 2 registrations or 2 payments per year in terms of code compliance for these places? I think it's fine to say annually. I just was wondering if it is helpful to do one, payment in March and one in October to remind, property owners to pay. And I think that's my main question. I think the other question I had was the sidewalk permit, cafe permits. Does that affect local restaurants that might have outdoor seating at this point? Thank you.
Okay. All right, so when it comes to the first question, I really think because we're the ones particularly dealing with the payments every year, that this will make it better, in a sense, because a lot of the property owners, commercial or residential, they would really get confused, and we would have to be going back and forth in, trying to make them make the payment, the second payment. So this, I know it's going to be impactful for them, but at the same time, I think it's going to be less time for us consumed in trying to get the payments made.
Joseph?
Thank you so much for doing this. This is a lot cleaner and and much easier to read. I did have a few questions though. The first, so I did put some amendments in the package too, though we can actually ignore most of those now because I thought the fines were going to be a part of this, and they're very focused on fines. It's only the first one that is of an issue for the fees. And that is because I've been working on this independently.
So what is the first one?
The first amendment that I provided. There is a loophole that I would like to see fixed. Is that we have a fee of $150 if your structure is less than 500. We have a $300 we're proposing a $350 fee if your structure is more than 500. But if your structure is exactly 500, the way the ordinance is written, you don't have to pay anything. So I'm hoping you guys, the First Amendment would fix that problem. So I'm hoping we can do that because I doubt anyone's going to actually go out and measure something exactly 500 square feet just to not pay anything, but it's good practice. I'm hoping that you can move the impervious surface before roof demolition because it would just be easier to read. I really like, for those at home, the way that the ones towards the end have the citation. So I'm hoping that
Can you put a reference?
It's in police department, as you go
What
on,
chapter?
they have the legal citation for the fee as you start towards the end.
Joseph.
Hoping the rest can do that. So they all start with, section 13.113, section 13.117.
Parking.
What about those fees?
I think it would be nice if that all of the fees had the legal citations so someone could go look at it, the code of ordinances, if they wanted to. And then the last thing was for the outdoor event public space. I was hoping that we could have it set up so that it would be maintained at 25 if you do not have a street closure. It's just like you don't involve public works, and it would only be 100 if you do have to have a street closure or have public works come out and take care of stuff.
So can you guys do me a favor when you guys start going through it? And one, if you guys could name the chapter of the department, it makes it easier for us to follow before you dive into the suggestions. So we could all be in the same page at the same time. The other thing, I guess when my turn is, I'm going to ask clarity for the last statement. So where do you see no closure of road if it's a street event?
It's not.
No, it's not there.
It's not there yet.
He's suggesting, like, if I apply for the permit, if I'm not asking the city to do the road closure, because if they do the public works, the police has to be involved, staff time is involved. Joseph is saying that let's leave it at 25 if they don't want to do any street closure.
But that's if they have it in their backyard. But if they have any usage of the sidewalk, then the police department needs to determine if it's safe enough. Because if they're using the sidewalk and people are crossing, the police department could say, we need to close the road for safety of whatever. That's,
So yeah, essentially, I wanted two sets, a 20 to keep it at 25 if it's just in the backyard or if it's just in one of the parks and they don't have to do anything, and then have it be the increased fee that Mr. Kamali suggested if there's a street closure.
So what we're gonna do, we're gonna keep 25 if they do in their backyard, as Mayor said.
but in the backyard, there's no price to it. It's your personal backyard.
Yeah, but what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say, or if they do it in the park, we don't need to get involved.
Yeah, that's like,
So that's again, can you guys give us a good direction? What fees you wanted to, because what we are trying, because most of the time, they send an email and they ask for the street closure. So it
Yeah.
happens all the time. I've been here. Have you had any situation that they're not requesting the street closure. the
No,
block
because they want,
parties.
when they want to close the whole block.
So that's why we
That's-
want it. And if you got, again, if somebody's doing it in his backyard, that's his business. And I
Yeah.
have nothing to do with it. So how do you want me to
So
address this one?
I think the other thing is when it comes to street closure, I think it's street closure, right? So that's the reason we're asking, but I know that includes street or that includes if you're closing any way of what's closing an alley or a street for us to be able to help is included on it.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Mayor, if we put anything over
Yeah.
there, we're opening the can of worms. Somebody's gonna come to Alma, oh, I'm not closing anything. I'm not
Yeah,
doing anything. And then later on, we receive a calls from resident to chief, this street is closed by the
people,
people that are doing that.
yeah.
I think we have to be very clear because I've been here 11 years. I know what I'm dealing with, please.
Okay, is this a question regarding this same item or is it for your turn?
Why don't we just specify block part, I mean, when you put it in there and you talk street closure, bracket, block party, whatever, as an example, but if we put that in there, there's, people can't go, well, street closure, what are you talking about? It's specific. Block party, closing the sidewalk, have that in there so that they can see.
Let me ask you this, the
Yes.
sidewalk is, the width of it is only 3 to 5 feet. How are you gonna have a block party? Definitely, you're gonna go to the street. You're gonna close the street yourself by just putting your own car and block it.
No. Well, I mean, that's a violation. That's a blatant violation. What I'm saying is that clarifying the language in this and have it like yard party, $25, block party, et cetera.
So,
Have
no-
the
no-
additional language.
No yard parties, that's private property.
Right.
But I think what I'm hearing from Mr. Kamali is that this just applies to road closure period. It wouldn't, if the road and the sidewalks are closed to create any kind of event, not necessarily block party, could be like your birthday party, whatever it is, that's it specifically, if it's in the front yard, then I go on, if there's the backyard, that's it. And if it's public parks, that's MNCCP, not us, for the most part. We have like one park that belongs to the city. So that'll be it. But other than that, it's just for street closure specifically, correct?
Mayor,
Yeah.
there was a party in the
Yeah.
spring park.
Oh,
They
yeah,
asked us to close the 33rd and Shepherd.
Yeah.
So again, I'm gonna be involved. That's why
Yeah,
I'm trying to
100%.
protect the time that I'm spending, and especially they're asking to do it on the weekend. I have to bring the team on the weekends. Overtimes are involved. So that's
Okay.
why I'm trying, and let me tell you this, they call Alma when they wanna get the permit. Alma can explain to them, look, if you wanna do it on your backyard, you don't need anything from us.
Mhm.
But if you wanna do it on the street, definitely most of these block parties happen on the street. And then the police has to be involved. I have to email to chief, I need 2 officers over there, Rocio, I need 3 guys over there to take this stuff and back, take it back to public works. Time is involved. So
I think we agree. I think we're supporting
Yeah, but-
this. I'm just talking about adding the additional language so that the residents don't get irritated because they don't understand difference between, well, if I'm blocking just this part of the street, a block party is a block party. If you want to shut the street, you're going to have to pay the
I
fee.
think what Kamali's saying is not just limited to block parties, any form or way of matter in which you close the street. It could, you see what I'm saying?
That was the question.
Yeah.
I discussed it with the city attorney.
Yeah.
And she said the best language is to put it this way. And if somebody comes and say that, look, I want to do this kind of party, then we can take it from there. But why should I put something? Because I've been faced with this situation. They ask you so many, and that loophole is gonna come back and say, oh no, I'm not doing anything. I don't need you. And then I get in trouble in the weekend.
So Councilmember Kuda said he's fine
I
with
just want
it.
to say, after that discussion, I rescind that statement. I also, one last thing, I just will share some alternative
Go ahead.
language for the first whereas, just with legal citations
So,
that I would like to see included.
yeah, you're going to send it to Mr. Kamali and the team directly. Thank you. Valerie?
Thank you. I think public space describes this well, so I think that's fine. I think if we need to clarify anything, I think we can clarify it in the permit that people are seeking. I think that's an appropriate place for this. Thank you.
All of you guys have your turn ready? Yes? Oh, no?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm
Jenny,
good.
you had your turn?
So I'm struggling. The charitable and religious institutions, the non-residential premises occupied by them, they only pay, so to be clear, these organizations don't pay property taxes. And they only pay a $40 fee per year.
I'm sorry, where are you?
I'm sorry, Chapter 7,
Yes, institution.
charitable and religious institutions do not pay property taxes and pay only a $40 fee per year to the city. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm struggling with this because I understand this is not changed. There's no proposal to change this. Mr. Kamali, it's on the bottom of the second page.
Are you reading from the old one or from the new?
It's
Yeah, I see it.
it's just churches create parking problems for a lot of our residents, and residents have complained to me.
Can you stop us a minute? A point of clarity, because we're trying to figure out where you're at, and is that the one you're referring to?
Page 2 out of.
Page 2 at the top.
Danielle just pointed out to you to see if it's the same one.
It's non-residential. It's non-residential premises.
Down one more. Scroll down one more. That one, is that it? No.
I'm sorry. It's not included in that section because it's not changing.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure which one was the third one. Okay.
But I don't see religious.
So you're asking.
I just, so what I'm struggling with, yeah, so it's not being proposed to change. So it is $40 fee per year. And I have residents complain to me that churches really impact their parking because of illegal parking by people who attend the churches who do not live in our city. And there's no parking enforcement of these vehicles on weekends when church services are being held. And these churches are only paying a $40 fee per year. So I don't know what the solution is, but I just find this unacceptable. And so I'm going to give some thought to how to address it. I would like to see a significant increase in code enforcement of illegal parking by people attending churches. I understand there may be constitutional issues that raises. And so I would like some advice from city attorney about what our options are.
So I just want to make sure that we are very clear on something. It's not targeting just churches, because that's one specific religion. And the city has various religious buildings that offer services to our community, and saying churches, it minimizes to like a specific religion. So let's be very cautious of that. The other thing, can you guys give me a definition for non-residential premises occupied by charitable institutions? So we get a little bit of clarity if that includes religious institutions or what exactly it includes. Okay. Because I think that's where I want to be, because if this is like a nonprofit where people don't live, they'll be tag on the same on it. So if you get a definition of what exactly falls under that one, it'll be great. And also like, I'd like for us to utilize the general term of either religious institutions, so that way it encompasses any of those buildings, not just one specific. Yeah.
I think most of the churches in the city, they have their own parking.
Most of the churches do have their own parking. Yes.
But is it overlapping to our streets sometimes?
So it really depends. I think in some areas it might impact parking
Which is
on
34th
street.
Street.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So now,
Yes.
I haven't spoken. I did ask you guys if you had gone one time around, but I also need to upstate my piece. So I love y'all, but I give you guys a lot of time to speak, and usually I take very little. For me, My question is for short-term rentals. Is that being contemplated, or is that part of our rules, books, or anything as such? Because I'm interested to figure out what that fee is, but also other cities charge a penalty fee or whatever you want to call it. So either register for a little tiny fee or whatever fee it is, or big penalty if you get caught up not registering. Do we have that as part of like the things that we're looking into?
Okay, so that's a good question, Mayor, because we do deal with Airbnbs and short-term rentals. Unfortunately, there's nothing in the ordinance that will help us actually, try to contain that. We know that when we find them, we do communicate with the property owners and let them know that they have to go to the county and register with them as licensing. Right now, the city only does long-term residential rentals, so that's what we basically, enforce. Others, we can definitely address it by, just letting them know if, for instance, we once had a property on 30th Street that was an Airbnb, and it was a big issue with the tenants that would come in and out. And we finally made it so hard for the property owner to like quit doing that and just go long-term rental.
So, and if I need to work on legislation for this is a yes. All right, so I'll be working on legislation to propose it for next work meeting. So that will be included into that, both what the rules and regulations are. I work with the team. You guys tell me what is it that you guys need and wanted, but also when it comes to penalties. I'll tell you that some counties are charging $5,000 that people get caught up not registering. So the fee is significant enough that they're running in to register, So I'll go ahead and work on that proposal so that way we could add it to the fees and we could vote on it as council. But so that is my homework from here to the next work session, so we could have a document in front. And obviously I'm gonna need the team to pull together whatever is needed on you guys' end to have it for this budget to address that issue. Because I know that people, especially the neighbors, feel like because there's no accountability for people coming in and out, they treat those homes and the neighbors as they are disposable, and I'm not happy with that, And saying that you live in DC as you advertise at home in Mount Rainier, it's not gonna get you away from the responsibilities that we pay into as residents. So so it's good to have them, but also make sure there's some regulations attached and our team could also be able to activate and provide the support for the residents in case they need the support as well. Okay, all right, so anything else? I could go another round if you guys need, or we're good? Where are we? We're good? Okay, so we have an agreement that we're good we already discussed part A and part B, which is the scheduling. And we are bringing it to a work session in order to get the beautiful ordinance, go through the process so that way it could be like folded into this process. Okay, I think that is what. Thank you so much, Alma. And again, thank you to our entire team. As I said previously, I definitely appreciate it. Okay, so Council, can we please take a quick 5-minute break in between? It is being requested. I definitely would like to honor. Can I have a motion on the floor to take a 5-minute break?
So moved.
So any discussion? Objection, abstentions? Here now, we're taking a 5-minute break. I made it.
I second it.
For the record, I need to have the motion as well. Danielle, do you motion or no?
I thought you made I motion that we come back in order.
Okay, and Jenny, so it's Danielle and Jenny, just because my mic was off, so that way for the record, apologies. Okay, all right, so any discussion, objections, extensions, here none, we went into a small break, we are back. And the next order of business is,
Administrative services,
and what page, please?
48.
And we have Melissa Sam, who is our clerk and Director of Administrative Services. Page again, I'm sorry?
48.
48. All right, go ahead and start reading, Ron.
Okay, wages and leave pay, the budget is $459,504.75. This is a 27% increase, largely driven by the reassignment of someone from police department into administrative services. Employee benefits and services, $265,600.
Your mic, go ahead.
$265,600.11. Again, a 39% increase, largely driven by that reassignment of an employee from police department into administrative services. Repairs and maintenance, $4,000, and it's unchanged from fiscal 26. Professional services, $22,491. It's a modest increase over fiscal 26. Other services and charges, $56,666. It is 10% or roughly $5,000 increase over fiscal 26. Community activities, budget for $135,200. This is a $27,000 increase or 25% increase over fiscal 26. So the total expenses for administrative services are $943,461.86, which is an overall increase of 28%.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm gonna go ahead and open the floor. Who was first? I think Danielle was first last time, right? So Jenny, go ahead, Jenny. I'm gonna go Jenny, Joseph, Valerie, Danielle. Okay.
Just a question about the webmaster services. Are we planning on spending the rest of that money before the end of this budget? The actuals are spent so far was very low compared to the overall money. And I'm wondering if that amount is properly budgeted. I'm sorry, this is line 5421.
We just got the invoice, and the invoice is due, I think, April 1st, so we haven't spent the money yet for that.
There's more invoice to come.
Okay, thanks. I have no other questions right now.
Joseph?
Thank you. One thing, just to make the budget cleaner, I'm hoping for line 5532, the subscriptions and publications / Juneteenth Black History Month, you can separate those out.
It is.
No,
So 5532 is the subscription and publication, and 5534 is Juneteenth Black History.
Yeah.
We might have to move that number up.
yeah, that's very confusing.
Yeah,
So
thank
in
you.
that case, that makes a little more sense.
No, we'll fix it.
But you could move the number up. That way show this a different line. That's what it is, because you guys are trying to put it in the
Yeah, the
more or less
June
middle.
should be 5534,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Yes.
I know it's a very small amount of money, but from what I understand, the Rent Stabilization Board doesn't exist, so we probably could zero that out. And I'm curious, I think I already know the answer to why INET services didn't exist in FY25, but will exist in the future, but I wanted to ask you about that.
Ron, the INET is the service that we get from the county. And Ron, there was a reason that we didn't get the invoice and can you explain that one, please?
I'm trying to go by memory here. I don't remember offhand, but I will get back to you with that.
Yeah,
Well, I would have been wrong anyway. I thought it had something to do with being in Melinda Miles' building.
No.
Okay. And that's it for,
thank you.
Valerie? Thank you.
Thank you. I think everything looks pretty good to me. My only question, and I think it was in the request from the Recreation Committee, was to flip the operating program to
I
7,500
thought we did that.
and 10,000 to the grants so that we had more funding for grant funding.
Which one are we talking about?
The 2 grants for the Recreation Committee, which is line item 5553 and 5554, they should be switched, right? Okay, we'll fix that one too.
Thank you.
Same amount, just flip
Same
them
amount.
over.
Yeah. No, Valerie gave it to me, but somehow between me and Ron, both of us are old enough, so.
And wise, which is not bad. Danielle?
Okay, thank you. I have 2 things. First, the message production.
Yes.
This has been a real problem for a lot of residents for a very, very long time, myself included. The vast majority, I'm saying that is definitely, I'm overstating, but there is a very large percentage of the population who do not actually get it in their mailbox every time it's mailed. I can't tell you the last time I got one in the mailbox. I had to pick them up here in City Hall. I would like to, and I actually worked on this before I got elected, and it's something that I already have written out that I would love to present and have a meeting with you. But I'd like to go digitally, and I'd like to have the message on the website. And that way we can actually probably do more through the year, but have it on the website for people to get, those who prefer getting digitally, and then allow residents who would like the paper version to subscribe to it. That way it decreases our mail drop fee. I mean, we'll still have to pay postage for people who subscribe to it. But as far as the apartments, I know that's a challenge because that's like 70% of our population. But speaking to people who live in those apartments, a lot of them, they don't get it. They just, the apartments get it and they stick it in a stack downstairs. And so if people come in, if they even know what it is. So I would like to, and that may take a little bit to like put out notices to the apartments that we're doing this, but I would like to look at going digitally with the message on a broader scale that would reduce our cost. And then again, like, because we do have people in the community who will want the hard copy, myself included, because I'm an analog kind of person, but I think that would save us a lot of money going forward. Also, the Recreation Committee, the running budget, Valerie, thank you for the information on flipping it. I do have a question on the 7,500. When I was chair of the Recreation Committee, Mr. Kamal, I know Selena remembers this because she was our liaison. And she actually worked really hard to help us split, because originally we had one line item and we got it split into 2 specifically to separate grants and the running. Selena may even remember the reason we asked for the money increase from, I think we had 7,500 in total. And I asked for more money because we were planning on doing a street scene event annually down here on Perry Street. In fact, we did it strategically one year, and the windows were open and they could hear the music playing down there. And that's why we asked for the increase of the $5,000. So our running budget before that was only $5,000, and that we were doing a lot of programming every year with that. So the reason we went above the 5,000 was because we were doing the extra, because we needed to pay for bands and sound equipment and stuff like that. So I would like to see the budget for the Recreation Committee and how they want to spend 7,500. And if not, maybe drop that back to 5,000, the way we were doing it before. They're only doing 3 to 4 events a year. We were doing many more than that. So I would ask that the Recreation Committee, if they do have a budget, to put it forward so we can see the justification for that extra money. Because again, before we were doing a lot more like hiring bands and having sound equipment and stuff.
I just want to let you know that I'm sure they have a budget, because that number, should have some base, and I will get that information and provide it to the council.
Great, thank you, Mr. Kamali.
So a couple things I will tell you that at least for the rec committee, they're doing less events, but there are more people are attending. So the Sweaty Sweaty Run, that number has increased by a lot of people, by a lot. So it's beautiful to see that, right? So there are more target events, but the number of people involved in them has gone up, which means the cost has gone up as well. So for me, thank you, Melissa, for putting this together. I know that the city has a lot of events that they do, and that requires a lot of work from the team. I think by the time the event is put together, I think even if it's a 2-hour event, the staff has been working hours to make it happen. But the other thing I will tell you guys regarding the message, I know that was explored and it costs us more money, and we only have one person technically doing the message. So the production of the message, it's a lot of hours and a lot of time. That's the reason we also cut it down, because we realized that having a staff member doing it every single month, and I'll tell you this from I experience, when me and Brian did the message, right? Brian Neller, former mayor and council member, we were doing it every month and we couldn't even catch a breath, and there was 2 of us. Right now you have mainly one person leading that, as well as the daily notices in the social media, the e-blast, the information, and the messenger is online currently as well. There's record of all of them. This will also entitle for us to be able to register people individually mailing. Right now we get bulk mailing, and that's where we get the reduced price as well. So when we explore reducing it, one, we had a big uprise of people being very upset that we will take it out. Even as it is that we have less issues, people are still getting used to the fact that it comes out every few months at a year, right? But at least we didn't find there was no cost associated in reducing the price, because it will put a lot more people to do additional work. And with us having Pink doing deadly posts, e-notifications, e-blasts, and the various thing, we will have to hire somebody else, and that alone will increase our costs on it. And having people subscribe, then somebody's gonna have to create the sheet to be able to put the names out. So just, I point that as a clarification informational, because we thought about it before, but at this point, Mr. Kamali will probably have to hire another person to be able to help in that department to make it happen. And that alone will cost us more than what the message is. And this is reflecting to having how many issues? Mr. Kamali said 4 or 5 issues a year?
We're supposed to be doing 6, but
Yeah.
based on, as you just mentioned, Pink is the one that
The only
does the
one,
message and.
Yeah.
Prepare the
And
document.
plus, she's also in charge of the event. So
Yeah.
it's a team of us plan the event, but Pink spearheads it because she's the communication and event manager, sorry. So it all depends on her work, and that's how she writes the message. But we do try to get 6 per year, but most of the time we come up with 4.
Yeah, and during election year, they usually do an issue for election alone.
One
And
for election.
yeah.
And,
So, go ahead.
and also, anytime we do it, I have information over here, we put 4,425 newsletter out to the community, including the apartments. The printing is 3,000, mailing is 310, postage is 1,000. But as Mayor said, as Melissa, you have to understand that sometimes, we like to see everything looks fine on the paper. When it comes to do it, it's unbelievable. Sometimes Pink is the only person. I'm sorry, I'm talking. Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to myself.
Okay, so because
I'm making note to myself on what, anyway, continue, yes.
all right, so I hope so. But what I'm trying to say, one person, and then if we do 6, the total cost is, let me read it to you. The total cost is close to 4,000. And if we do it 6 times, we got 24,000, right?
26,000.
26,000. So, and a cost for each newsletter, everything is $1.06. That's make a big difference.
So I will say that, Pink, and I apologize, I guess, because I'm sitting right here, Councilmember Jacuda covers you a little bit. So you are here in the table, Pink. But yeah, so I think that we definitely need to take that in consideration because trying to recreate those, because it does requires a lot of work. And mind you, I did it for 1 year. So I'm not telling you like hypothetically, this is what it takes. It was taking a lot of time for me and Brian to get it done. It was hard. Go ahead, Mr. Kamali.
I didn't finish because
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand that if I'm trying to answer, please allow me to answer. So what I'm trying to do, because I thought Danielle is talking to you, so I just stopped. I paused. So what I'm trying to say, we can look at your option, but I'm not going to promise anything right now because we have to go through and see how we can accommodate. You're welcome to give us any suggestion, but I just want to let you know that right now it's impossible with the staffing that I have. And as Mayor said, as Melissa said, we definitely look into it. If there is anything we can do, we'll do it.
Okay.
That's it for me.
Thank you so much. So time has run out. We have had a chance to speak. Are you guys interested in adding more time or move on to the next one? We're good? Okay, we're good, Ping. And Melissa, same as always, as I've asked all the directors, thank you so much for the work that you and your team does. It's a lot of heavy lifting. I think that you guys have brought plenty of joy and events to the city and
Thank you, Melissa.
so much information. So thank you for that. And Pink, since you're in the table, thank you as well for that. Okay. All right. We are supposed to break for lunch at 12:30. Can we move forward with the police department?
Yes, please.
Team? Yes? Okay, so we have Chief Catherine Perez from the Mount Rainier Police Department joining us right now. Ron, what page do we need to move to?
61.
Can you guys do me a favor? Can you make these pages a little bit bigger? Well, some of them are some of them are very big because I could barely see them. All right, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Okay, wages and leave pay for the police department, fiscal 27 budget is $2,009,844.73. This is an overall 4% increase in the cost. Recall that we have 5% COLA for everybody. The CBA officers get an additional 2% merit. And that was partially offset by the reassignment of the social services coordinator into administrative service. Employee benefits is budgeted for $1,182,074.80. Materials and supplies is budgeted for $109,500. That's 26% reduction for fiscal 26. Repairs and maintenance are budgeted for $87,000. That is a 24,000 or 37% increase, largely driven by an equipment purchase that's budgeted for fiscal 27. Professional services budgeted for $308,000, which is an increase of 8% over fiscal 26, largely driven by an increase in dispatch services. Other services and charges budgeted for $5,000, that is unchanged. Community activities budgeted for $28,200, that's a modest increase over fiscal 26. Infrastructure and facilities maintenance budgeted for $40,000, which is a 56% increase over fiscal 26, driven by a substantial increase in building maintenance, but then offset by what we see as electricity savings due to the solar. The capital outlay is $195,000. That's the long-term ongoing plan for replacement of police vehicles. So the total operating expenses for the police department, $3,864,619.53. Currently, in this grant budget for fiscal 27, there are no identified police grants, but we're confident there will be some, and we will rebudget when they happen. So the total expenses are $3,864,619.53.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm gonna go around the room. I'm gonna go, Joseph, go ahead and go first. And I'll swipe to you, Danielle.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Yeah,
Chief Perez. Question I had on the vehicles, has there been movement towards hybrid cruisers yet in order to help with the bring down the vehicle fuel costs?
We've applied for a grant and I don't have an answer on it, but we've applied to get a whole fleet of hybrid vehicles.
That's wonderful. I'm hoping that grant comes through.
I am too. That would be a big win.
Is the one that informed you guys that was from the Senator and Congress office, and Chief and our grant writer are working on it. And Valerie was asking me how much we are applying. We're applying close to $1 million, $200,000 or $300,000 because we're, as Chief said, we're trying to replace all the police cruiser over there. And hopefully, last year we applied for that grant and they said reapply this year. Chief and Bill spent so much time and hopefully we're keeping fingers crossed to make sure.
And so that would also negate the need for the three vehicles as well.
Yeah,
So
that's another $195,000 saving over there too.
So on top of not having to do that again, maybe next year, because the whole fleet would have been replaced. If we were to get even half, we'd be so ahead of the game.
But we want it all.
Yeah. Yes.
And if we were to get the grant and we were to get enough for the whole fleet, would we be able to stagger that over time so we don't have like all of our vehicles dying in the same year, 8 years from now or something?
Yeah. I hope so. I don't know the details of that part of the grant, but it makes sense, of course.
Thank
We
you.
just have to wait for the agreement.
Danielle?
Thank you. Two things then, to stay on the vehicle purchase. The vehicle purchases this year, I know what is it? We buy at least 2 every year, 3 every year. Are we purchasing this year? Are we purchasing hybrids or are we purchasing gas only?
Right now, to be honest with you, we tried before.
Yeah.
And because they were not available, not even the hybrid, but I've talked to Chief and when we go July 1st after, and right now we're searching and see if we can get that option. I'd rather go hybrid first.
Right.
And that's it.
I was just curious.
No,
That's our preference. That's
That's
definitely
our preference, definitely.
I do want to point out the computer software expense decrease.
Yes.
That's a good thing.
Yes.
And I'm assuming
Line item.
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. 5407.
Thank you.
The decrease, sorry, the 75% decrease, because we had to get new computers last year. That was all part of that increase.
Yes.
And then I know the dispatch, and I mean, as a former first responder, it irritates me that dispatch costs are going up so much. But if you could explain, because I know people are going to look at this, if you can explain why dispatch services are going up, because that not only explains that increase, but it explains the process that our residents have to go through when they do call non-emergency.
Okay, so first part of your question. I think if you guys recall that we've been struggling with the City of Heights since last year. There was an offer on the table for $250,000. Chief and I been working with the city manager and we appreciate Tracy Douglas. So Right now, this number, the exact number for dispatch is gonna be $120,000. I already talked to Ron. We're gonna check, we're gonna fix that number. So finally, I could bring it down to $120,000. And then I'm planning to sign a contract for next 5 years. But buying the equipment and going through, be self-sufficient, Chief and I have been look at it. And we have even have Bill to search for any type of grants that we can get. But unfortunately, the city of Hyattsville, they were asking for $200,000 and that's their service and we depend on them. So hopefully, right now, we're gonna pay 120 from 90,000. And if you recall, it was $67,000. Then they jumped to $90,000. Now they were asking for 250 last year, Mayor, and I did not pay. Let me tell you this, for past 12 months, I've been paying 90,000. And we've gone through so many. We did talk to the city, town of Bladensburg. They didn't want to, work with us. We don't want to go to the county. It's the only option that we have. It's the city of Hyattsville. And again, I do appreciate the town administrator to bring it down to 120, and it's finalized right now. So we're going to put this number. Then Chief and I have to go and negotiate for the next 4 years. So that's my information. The last part of your question, Chief can weigh in. I'm sorry, it was regarding the dispatch, something.
Regarding why,
I was just asking to
Okay.
explain why
Okay.
we use Hyattsville.
Are you happy now? So I gave you all the answers?
he wants to know if you want Chief to elaborate.
Because it was two-part question, Danielle. Danielle, please, I'm trying to answer your question. It was two parts. I think you asked for something that how people can get to the dispatch or?
No. I was asking, to explain the reason for the dispatch cost. I said, and if you could explain why it is important for us to use Hyattsville so people are looking at this, they understand why this is such an issue.
Yeah, the city has
When
no
they call
choice.
non-emergency, it goes to Hyattsville, not the county. And I don't think a lot of our residents understand that. And they're watching or they will watch. So that's why I was wanting to take this opportunity to let the community
Okay.
understand that. Thank you.
So your question was answered. That's
It
what-
was answered.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, I'm gonna go on. Jenny? Thank you.
So in line 5,000 regular pay, we've spent about a third in the actuals for the first half of the year. Line 5,001, the actuals spent for the first half of the year is about 2/3 of the budgeted amount. I'm concerned that, and I don't know what the current staffing is at the police department, but I assume that the having only spent a third on regular pay is why our overtime pay is so much higher than budgeted. We are also giving the police department 5% COLA plus the 2% from the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement. And yet my understanding is that hiring is very difficult.
Right.
I would like to see us think about other solutions. I'm interested in possibly changing the MOU with the county to have county police do more policing in our city in order to reduce that overtime pay. Because this feels unsustainable. And unless there's a significant change, and I would love to hear that there is in hiring, my guess is that the overtime pay that is budgeted for fiscal year 27 is going to be woefully inadequate.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'll let Chief, weigh on this, but as you know that the reason that we are short-staffed right now, and we are hiring, in the process of the hiring, that's the nationwide, problem, and we try to do our best. Right now, we got 3 in the academy that they're gonna join us, and I'm sorry, it is what it is, and unless chief wants to,
I've done the best I can in the last 6 months to not only balance fixing some cases that I was originally brought here, which caused a lot of the vacancies. We've brought some new folks on. We have 3 in the academy. And this is happening everywhere. On the way here, WTOP was talking about MPD is down, almost 1,000 officers. It is national. We've changed our package. We've become more attractive. I'm working on retirement system changes that would also make us more attractive. I have a feeling that we're going to have to send more and more people to the academy, which takes time, 6 months before they even, graduating. And then you need another 3 months of them being with another officer. So I will caution you that Prince George's County Police Department is woefully short as well. So when, there are infinite requests on their finite resources, the same issue. And I think, we may have a situation where our citizens are not going to get any police services for any amount of money because they don't have the resources. You will not see them coming here before they take care of what they have to take care of. So, and we appreciate everything. Our collaboration is strong, not only with Prince George's County, but with our neighboring cities. Hyattsville, we help each other every night. But I think there could be an unintended consequence to that. I can tell you from my experience that, when everyone is short, you're not the primary recipient of that service. You might be left waiting a lot longer than you think. That is one of the reasons why we want to use Hyattsville for dispatch. County is really overloaded and you'll wait an unbelievable amount of time just to get the call answered, which I'm not faulting them. It's just exactly what it is. To your point, Mr. Kamali, I can't change it, but I can assure you that I am working with Mr. Kamali, coming up with all kinds of ways to recruit. Like I said, I do think we're going to have to start putting people through the academy. I've asked Bill, our grant writer, to look for grants to pay for folks to go to the academy. So I'm looking at all the most creative ways I can to do that. But I do expect us to get to full staffing and reduce this. But I think, 6 months into this, fixing kind of some of the old stuff before I can get to what I think is the new stuff. Hopefully this conversation is a lot different next year. So, I think if, give me some time, and we'll continue to look for new strategies to make this, even better of a department.
Valerie?
Thank you. And thank you I appreciate the challenges that we're facing as a city and as a county in terms of policing. And I know the police have done a tremendous job of kind of being there for the community over the last couple of years. Can you just speak to how many people are in the CBA versus not? And when that ends, when that agreement ends, the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement?
Did you want to handle it?
yeah. All the police officers from PFC to the corporal, they're under the CBA. Sergeants are not included. And their contract, in fact, it was expired in July 25th. And we told them to go ahead and renew it. Unfortunately, we haven't heard anything. And I was talking to Chief and, want to let you guys know that the last contract we had, it was based on the 2% in order to create more incentive for people not to leave us. So I'd rather continue that 2% and be hit by another big negotiation like last time, 12%. I'd rather, go right now with 7% that I'm giving them and everybody's happy. So if they bring the new contract, fine, but I've been talking to Chief and to their president, who is Officer Cruz. And I think he's been trying to talk to their attorney and, bring it up and renew it as soon as possible. But right now, that contract was for 2 years and it was expired by July 1st, 2025.
Did you say July?
Yes. Yeah, it was created in April 7, 2023. We went until 2025 with the city attorney and their attorney and former chief. So I have notified them before the expiration in last May, and I told them, and I'm in communication with Officer Cruz, and he's promising me to get something as soon as possible. Then we'll bring it to mayor and council. Definitely, we'll let you know.
Thank you. Everybody went already, council? Yes? So the police department recruiting, national problem. Very much. And the ones that are not having a problem are putting their people through the academy. And they're investing in that. I know that some of them have gone to like the universities, to the high schools and put them through it, but it has stayed quiet. And this is like, departments are even smaller than ours. The conversation of switching to county has been brought up, and I think it's very fine line stated that they're having problem with recruiting just like we are, and they're offering different packages than we are. But even like parks, DC, they're paying even more money than we do, are having the same issue. Being a police officer has changed, right? Some people, they had long careers and they retired. So it's been on one end, you have people retiring and other people not always signing up because it is a rigorous, job. It's a career, but it's definitely, there's some challenges. So I always aim when it comes to this to the side of patients, because it is frustrating. So I know I've been frustrated, but I definitely know that before us, we're welcoming people in, we have to organize our house. If not, we're going to be having the same problem over and over and over again. And I cannot deal with this like 10 years whether I'm arrested or not, right? So in saying that, I don't have questions, more like thank you to you and the whole entire team, just like code, whether it's rain, whether it's snow, whether it's like whatever it is, you guys are the persons to run in and spend the whole entire night away from your families, making sure that we are safe. Whether it's a tornado warning, you guys are there. And I tell people that some things that you guys might not know about our team, right? Sometimes we get a message like at 2:30 in the morning, and you have a 3:00 meeting with the county regarding emergency procedures. And Marion has been very good at making sure we're always aware, but communicating with our partners in DC, with our partners in the municipalities, with the county parks and everything else. So it is, and being so close to the border, there's other 3 letters that we have to communicate with in order to make sure that we know the state border is safe, secure, and our residents more than anything are safe. So thank you for that as well. Mr. Kamali, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just want to let everyone know that and Chief knows this one, using the county police, you have to pay them overtime. You're not paying them a regular time. So that overtime again is going to be impacted. And also, I just want to let everyone, Park Police is putting $70,000 if you sign up as a police with them. $70,000 bonus. That's a big money. And still, every day, they're looking for the police officer. So we're trying so hard, and we're trying to protect our community. That's our main goal. And I appreciate Chief and her team that they've been keeping up the city for the past 6 months in a good shape.
Working a lot.
Yeah.
I don't like to see them work as much as they are. That's not sustainable at all. And I was out last night because we're part of the Blue Light Nights. And, I'm just grateful for them to take, working 12, 18 hours, just to make sure that we're part of that team throughout the county. And we have a good team, and we're going to build on that. And I tell anybody at any time in the last 22 years as a chief, quality over quantity always, because the last thing I want to do is bring people on and they don't treat this community with the respect that I expect. And then we have, I'm wasting time on discipline. So I thank you for your patience. Like I said, I really hope it's a very different conversation next year.
So thank you once again, extend a thank you on behalf of all of us to the team, because we definitely know the sacrifices them and their family are also making. So we are thankful. And I'll say this to you, Mount Rainier is a very specific city. We value various things when it comes to our community and our community rights. And that's what the right people need to be working with us. They need to be able to understand our community that is diverse in many ways, especially with everything that's going in a federal level. We need to make sure that officers know that they're here to serve the community. And end of sentence. So thank you for that as well, okay?
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So
Thank you. Thank you.
And good luck tonight.
Yes, we have another night.
I believe so.
Melly? Are we breaking already for lunch?
Oh, it's here.
It's here. Okay, so can I have a motion on the floor to break for 30 minutes? 30 minutes to eat? So coming back at what, 1:15? Yes?
I'll make a motion to break for 30 minutes so we can recess to eat.
Second?
A second.
Any discussion? Objection, hearing none. We are breaking until 1:15, and we're coming back for economic development, other budget discussion, and public comment. Okay, thank you, guys. All right. Guys, I'd like to call this meeting back to motion at 1:15 p.m. Can I get a second to bring it to motion?
Second.
We probably moved and second. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Objections, abstentions, hearing none. We are back from recess. And for those of you guys that have been following or be following later on, right now we are in the Economic Development Department. Sorry, guys, I need the presentation for now. Section of this presentation. Ooh. Melissa, do you have us on already? We're on? Okay. So we are in the Economic Development Department presentation. All right, what page?
Page 56.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so for the budget for fiscal 27, we have no wages or benefits and no professional services like in previous years. We do have $3,000 in the budget for Main Street programming. And then nothing for conference or association dues. So the operating expense for this department, as it stands alone, is only $3,000. The activities that were being done in economic development are being taken over in City Hall, predominantly by Mr. Kamala. We do have $100,000 of grants in the budget for fiscal 27. So the total budget for economic development is $103,000 for fiscal 27.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open up the floor. Who went first last time? Valerie?
So we're gonna leave this.
Thank you, and thank you for coming back into order. I think we need to have a discussion about adding funding to economic development. Even if Mr. Kamali is working from City Hall, I think we should allocate some of his pay into economic development so that there is a focus on economic development. And I have a question about economic development programs. Last year we had $2,000. It seems like a low amount. But why is it zero this time? And then in terms of grants expense, what is that $100,000 from? Where is it from?
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't get the first question. What was it, the first recommendation?
My first recommendation was to add funding to the economic development to regular pay, whether that's a person that we hire or that we work with, or if you're running the department, then I think you should allocate some of your pay to this department so that we can show that there's some focus on economic development in the city.
Well, first of all, we cannot hire anybody right now because the reason that we'll let the former employee to go legally, we said that we don't need that position anymore. We eliminate the position. And I'd rather, not to put anything to have liability for the city. I've talked to the city attorney regarding that. So if you guys want to split my salary, I don't really see any reason that it has to have this, because we're saying that there is no position. So if you're saying that, and the economic development is handled, most of the cities, they have their city administrator, city manager handling that. And if you scroll down, please, yes, look at 112,703 in FY26 plus benefit. We're talking about $160,000 here that I'm saving for the city. And then if you, so I think I don't see anybody to be in this position at this time based on the number of the businesses that we have in the city. And I am handling that department with Bill, our grant writer. He's going after, because the former employee that was here only was going after the facade improvement. And so we're getting the grant. And to be honest with you, at this time, I cannot have an employee to do nothing and has a bad moral impact on others. So I don't see any reason that I need to have somebody because I'm taking care of that department. And just FYI for all of you, that 100,000 grant that we are getting right now, I have Rocio to work on it, because when it comes to the implementation, I have given Rocio the direction to put the RFP together to get the contractor on board, and we're gonna have a talk with the business owners, and we're gonna do it the way we did it last year. And then your question regarding the line $2,000, and this money, if you look at it, there is no actual use for that. Like these two numbers, these two line items, 5504 and 5504, it's the same line number, the same definition in the book. It says Main Street program, and what I put, 3,000, because I had a meeting with the DHCD and regarding this $100,000 grant, and I asked them, do I need to have any money over there, or the history shows, and if you look at those numbers, 16,000 year before. Former employee here was having a business meeting with the business owners, and to be honest with you, what was the outcome of that? Just providing food and and soft drinks. That's why we spent 12,000 and 16,000. And this year I'm not doing it. And if we need to talk to the business owners, they're welcome over here. We can have a community, a meeting with all the business owners, and that's going to be a part of our strategic planning. So to me, as a city manager, I don't see any need to have another staff on board, and that staff is not going to have anything to do, to be honest with you. And if there is anything, I can take care of it, and I'm here open. I just had a meeting yesterday with Randy from Liquor Store. I'm available to the business owners, and Rocio is there to help me regarding any implementation. Bill is going after the grant. Right now, we're applying for FY27 facade improvement again. And the mural on 34th Street, we have signed the contract with Jay Colvin. Jay is ready to go, and I'm waiting for the city attorney's signature on that agreement. So I think we're in a good shape. Unless you guys have any other advice, I'll be glad to look into it.
Thank you. And just to be clear, the $100,000 is for facade improvements.
It's for the facade improvements, 4 blocks, according to the application that was provided to DHCD on 34th Street. And I have Rocio right now working on the RFP. We're gonna put the RFP to have a site visit with the contractor, go and talk to the business owners and see what they need and take it from there.
Okay. Joseph?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Kamali. I also have concerns about the zeroing out of the economic development budget. And now I understand that having an FTE on here may not make the most sense. But I do think that there's, when you described the task you guys are doing, I think there is some stuff that's being left out I would lean towards maybe we need to have a professional services line item on this to work on it, because it's not just about keeping our current businesses there. We are, like in the recent past, I think we've lost 2 businesses. And then we also need to bring new businesses in because we have multiple vacant storefronts. And so it's also about trying to have someone that can attract, work to get new businesses to come into our community, or help them with the permitting process so that we can get them up and running quicker. Because I know it took like Penny Royal, it took a certain restaurant like 3 years to get up and running. And, that just makes it hard for our businesses to thrive. I'm also concerned about I understand why there was a decision to zero out or almost zero out the Main Street programming, but I do think that could provide some benefit as well. Maybe not the way it was being done before, but by activating our space, especially right out in front with live music or little craft fairs or something every once in a while, it helps to attract people to our downtown. And I think that could be also a way to use that money wiser and to actually get people to come into our community to shop at our businesses. I think in the grand scheme of things, though, I'd like to see a proposal to outline how we see the economic development department functioning over the next year, and seriously consider adding professional services or something so that we have some additional, because I know you're doing a lot of great work, and it's a whole nother task at hand. So I think some help will be necessary to make this successful. I'm not sure if I asked a question there.
No. I just want to let you know that Joseph.
Sorry, can I have a motion on the floor to add more time, please?
I'd like to make a motion to add 15 minutes to the clock.
I second.
It's been probably moved in second. In discussion? Objections, abstentions, here none. 15 more to be added to the clock. We're waiting for the reset.
I'm waiting.
You're waiting for the reset of the clock behind you. I know it's weird. There you go. There, go ahead.
Shall I go?
Yeah,
Okay.
you could go.
Thank you. Joseph, we have a good incentives, and these 2 businesses, they were not just lost because we lost the employee. So we have a $1 million incentives, and this program has been there 5 years. Unfortunately, our city does not have a good potential spaces. Look, I have a building right there across the street. It's 2,000 square feet in each floor, and I'm trying to bring somebody to rent it. no one is interested. So I think the solution is somewhere else. And what else we can do to promote, people to be attracted to our city? Unfortunately, there are not too many good locations for the business, people to think about it and come and open the business. Look at that one, Larry Solomon, gas station that was sold for 2.2 million. The doctor just bought it. He didn't do anything to it. It's a good space. Unfortunately, some people could come with the big money over here and just leave it like the way Mr. Fati is doing, investing it and leave it just,
We don't mention names, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. The business owner of that block, 3200 block of, Rhode Island Avenue. So the solution should be somewhere else. And I don't mind. You guys want to hire and you want to, go through all this trouble, fine. I have no objection. But what I'm trying to say, we cannot hire anybody in this fiscal year and next fiscal year because we're going to be in trouble unless, as you said, we hire professional people as a contract, or going back to the suggestion that was made in the last hours regarding the green world consultant. A good price for $2,200, they can help our businesses. And let me tell you how many businesses had trouble for permit. DPI is something that the city has no jurisdiction over. This place, it took me 15 months to get my permit. Memorial Park, it took me 2 years to get. Newton Street is something that you have no control over, but it's good to have some lobbyists on the side to go after and work with the businesses. My idea is this, and I'm open to any other ideas, but I think we should pay more attention to this question. And look, there are 3 houses right there, 3 block over there, and I got $280,000 grant for that building from DHCD, and we end up canceling that grant because the owner was not willing to do anything. Yes. So, and that was done last year because the grant was expired by December 31st, 2025. So what else can we do to inspire people to come over here? I'm giving you $280,000 free to build up your own business, and you don't take it. So what I'm trying to say, there is another place on 34th Street. It's been vacant more than 2 years next to, I think it was a bakery or a sweet something.
When does it have fire in the bottom?
Yeah.
Kitchen?
So the city has a limited spaces, and those limited spaces that we have, it doesn't really attract people that much because the commercial district is a very old-fashioned place. It's not something like you don't have that much room to upgrade it. You don't have sufficient parking. Right now, our businesses have to pay parking meters as before because I don't have an extra space to give it to them. So you need to have a certain incentives for me to come to your city and invest. So, and I don't know what more I can offer you guys, but this is my position right now. And I just, defer to your suggestion, all of you, and listen, and we can discuss this, and I believe in some other time again, but whatever you guys want to do, that's fine with me.
And I think back to what I said, a clearer plan as to what the direction forward is. So
Okay.
we have something to look at.
Okay. Yeah,
Thanks.
we'll
Jen-
work on that.
Jenny?
Give it to you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, based upon everything you just said, Mr. Kamali, and based upon the zeroing out of the budget, other than the 3,000, we are sending a clear signal to the city that we don't care about economic development. And I have a real problem with that. I think that real mistakes were made last fall with regard to one of our city businesses that recently closed. I think city staff did not handle the situation appropriately, and we drove out a business that was really essential for a lot of our residents and people in neighboring jurisdictions. I don't have confidence that economic development can be appropriately handled given where we're at right now. So I would like to, I like the idea of Greenville doing consulting on permitting, but what I would like to do is have an RFP. I would like to zero out Greenville for lobbying, and I would like to have an RFP specifically for professional services related to being a liaison with the county. So I'd be looking for people or a company with experience in permit expediting. I'd like them to be available to support our businesses in dealing with the morass that is MNC PPC at times. I think that we need new ideas in this city. There's a lot of challenges that we have. I'm not hearing vision. So I second Councilmember Jakuta's proposal of getting a proposal from you, Mr. Kamali, about how we're going to turn this around. I also wanted to bring up, I think that Councilmember Woodall previously had asked for 10,000 more for Gateway CDC. I think that it would be appropriate to move budget line 5558 and 5558A. There's the Gateway CDC. They're currently within the City Hall budget. I think it'd be more appropriate to move those into economic development. I think that the arts is what distinguishes Mount Rainier from other areas. I think this area, we need to invest heavily in our arts as a driver of economic development. And I think Gateway CDC is well positioned to do that. I think 10,000 more to their budget is a minimum. I would like more. But I think we need to start by building up existing resources and working with them to create a vision for economic development that centers the arts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Danielle?
Yes, thank you. I hate to sound like a broken record, but I agree with the other council members as well. I think that while I appreciate you removing a director with that kind of salary, because one of the things I heard when I was campaigning 3 years ago, people were not seeing the return on what we were putting into the department. So I understand and I agree with you on that. However, looking through the schedules for positions in the city, what I'd like to see, and I hear what everybody's saying, this is a conversation we can have. My idea would to bring in somebody either as an EA3 or an IDE4 to work in City Hall whose specific job from the time they walk in here to the time they leave is economic development. I appreciate your understanding and your desire to help build economic development here in the city. But Mr. Kamali, you do so many other things. We need somebody who's going to dedicate their entire day to marketing Mount Rainier and bringing businesses here. Like I said earlier, we have a business right here in the traffic circle who has been vacant since before the pandemic. And I spoke to the former director about that, and he, still, 3 years, nothing. So people in the community want to see our economic development grow. And our property taxes right now, the people who live here and pay the taxes, we're subsidizing what the lack of businesses are not bringing in. And if we want to even consider reducing taxes for taxpayers in the future, and we need to because of the economic situation, we need to get a boon in our businesses coming in. So my stance is that I would like to hire someone either contractually, like we have with Ron, or bring somebody in as an IDE or an E3, as an employee whose focus is strictly economic development. And to speak to Councilmember Hoffpower's point, I'd like the requirement to be, that there be a requirement that they are able to work with the permitting process and stuff here in PG County, are familiar with it. So we have somebody who can, literally navigate that morass that she referenced. But you were saying about how the city is old and stuff. I live in a house that is over 100 years old. We worked and we put a lot of money into it to make it a really nice house. We can do the same thing with this city. We just have to have the right visionary employed into the right position. And I hope that you understand, I'm not trying to shoot you down as wanting to, but I do feel strongly, very strongly, that we need somebody whose sole purpose is economic development, not a director, but an employee. Thank you.
I just want to make a comment to, you said that we can build up and bring it up to date, but what I'm still upset, regarding the businesses that I said, the old town, I still can't believe that. We lost $280,000 for that house, 3409. And that was a, big loss for the city. I spent time, I had a grant writer to go after that grant, and we lost it. I hope we can find somebody to boom our economic, growth. I'm not opposed to that. Look, more money, more businesses, more tax for the city, more revenue for the city. I have no problem with that, but I think, we need to look in that situation and see what we can do. Thank you, Mayor.
So it's 2 minutes on the clock. So that tells you that if we were supposed to get 5 each, somebody ate my time. But in saying that, I will tell you that obviously economic development has been an issue for me for many years. The reason why I built $1 million sets of funds was for that reason, because I was the creator that helped bring that along. The reason why I pushed for so many grants in the field, because we have applied, received, and invested several $100,000 when it comes to the facade improvement of the city, sidewalk, streets, rain gardens, and everything else that goes along with it. Has been heavily because we care. Is there a way for us to format it to be like Mr. Kamali, make sure there's a document that shows this how much money we paid, we have spent on sidewalks in front of the businesses. This how much money, maybe we need to do that. How much money we spend on hiring somebody that's here Saturday and Sunday to clean the city, right? Because that is additional cost that was not supposed to be taken up by us, and it is. Right. The other issue, I'm also very conscious that a lot of our businesses are very little in size. And we've been fortunate that some of the businesses have left because they have outgrown the space and they have gone on rent. In this side, it's not cheap. Let's call it what it is. So even if it's a new business, rents are very pricey to be here. So it's a challenge for many people. Right. And I'm talking to you guys as a business owner, for many years, not just a few. Right? It is a lot of challenges. And most people will work from their homes and do various events because you don't have the overhead costs. So that saves you some money, right? For those of us that have a storefront, it's a very expensive endeavor. That the city has $1 million to fund that has been able to help several businesses, has been positive. So I think that maybe what we need to do is also reflect the money that we have utilized in order to help our business through a year, because I think that sometimes it doesn't translate that way, right? In saying that, I feel like we need to find some money to put some funds in. I do feel that Gateway could fall into this one. I think I do agree with that. And regarding having a person that expedites permits and stuff like that, I think it's going to be a challenge because people pay quite a significant amount of money. And having somebody just to do it, it might not be something that they want to do when they could do this on the side and make serious money. In saying that, I will reiterate once again that removing our lobbyist who has helped with a business that has helped with bringing income heavily into the city is going to be hard, guys, because if we have a very tight budget now, they're out there fighting for everything for us. Can I have like 2 more minutes, please?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Objection station here now. We're gonna put 2 minutes quickly so I can wrap up. But I think that for those of us that were here before they joined the council, they will tell you that anytime there's been an issue, like whether it's with PEPCA, WC, like anything else, we usually go to them and say, we need additional support. Please help us, right? But it has created a sense that the people are aware that Rainier has advocates in them all the time. We make a call, they're already there, and they will literally sit outside any elected official's door waiting to be heard in order for our voices to be heard as Rainier. And that goes for any issue that we have faced, including for our own building, right? So that is it, but also they deal with other stuff that are heavily in the federal level that we're suffering locally, that other organizations do not touch because it does not reflect on it. If you understood that, I hope you understand what I meant between the lines. But in saying that, we do need a plan. You know, I know that the change between not having a director now has gone on, but I think that this time also needs to be taken to create what the plan looks like for next year so that we know potentially what funding we need to put into this. I do agree that any like additional services that you use to support the role that you're doing right now need to be added to the budget to reflect what you're also doing. Because again, there's a lot of unwritten things that are in the budget that we're being helping with that might not be in this specific line item in this part of the budget. So we might have to go ahead and like move some stuff around to make sure it showcases, but also like, you know, the additional help that you might need for doing the different stuff that also showcases as well, like, you know, so that way shows us like money is being utilized and not just $3,000. Because I know you put a lot of your time and effort in the staff, but also through it, okay? All right, so I guess I would say thank you. We don't have a director that came to the door, but moving on to the last item. Don't get too comfortable. I'll say no. Moving on to the next item, be like other budget discussion. Mayor and Council discuss other proposal budget items for fiscal year 2027. And then we'll move on to the remaining of the agenda after that, okay? So, Council, you have heard the numbers, variations, additions. The directors have been here to answer your questions along, obviously, with the city manager and the finance director, finance consultant as well. All right. So I'm going to go around the table to figure out if there's any other budget discussions that we need to have that you have not brought up. If they already brought it up through the budget, I love you, but don't repeat them. Okay. All right, Danielle, I'm going to go first with you.
Okay, thank you. I am going to, per usual, advocate for a line item to be created under public safety or the police department that is for the volunteer fire department. I understand in the charter, we look for outside funding first, which is appropriate with grants and stuff, but I would still like to have a placeholder and put at least $10,000 in there. I've said this for the last couple of years, but it's getting worse and worse. We're literally on the verge of losing them. There is a problem with the grant process, and I'll go ahead and say this so you guys will understand, because the county forced this, so this is not their fault. The county forced two fire departments to be in the same building. Because of that, when you look at federal grants, they'll give like Brentwood a grant, but then because it's the same address, they don't give the other one a grant. And I mean, President Fisher Chief Fisher and President Hines can come speak to that.
Fire chief,
chief, sorry, first responder language. But, anyway, they can come speak more to that. But because of that barrier with trying to get grants, that's what has prevented them from getting new apparatus. Now, the apparatus that they have, and this goes the same for Brentwood, anything that belongs to them, the county uses, which takes away from their, overuse of their equipment. And because of that, Their fire truck was actually wrecked like I think a year and a half ago at the hands of the county staff. But then now they're responsible for replacing that apparatus. They do not have the funds for that. I would ask that we do in this budget season, do what we can to find grants. I mean, seriously, find a loophole, find something to help them. But in the interim, I would like to show the respect that our volunteers deserve and having a line item created for them and have something in there to acknowledge that we appreciate their sacrifices and what they do for this community. So that is my annual request. Only this year, it is more grave than it's been in years past. So thank you.
Okay. Jenny?
I have nothing further. Just wanted to say thank you both for all your work on this.
Joseph?
I also have nothing further, and also would like to thank you guys for this session today.
Valerie?
I don't have anything else to add, but thank you all as well.
Thank you. I think that going through a budget hearing is usually very tedious, but I think you guys have fine-streamed it even more because you're hearing what we're more or less saying through the year and also what could be expected as the year on it. And the reality is like this year is going to be a challenge. Tariffs are up the roof. Supplies and stuff that we need for various projects are up there. And grants for things that we're accustomed getting have decreased. And we've been fortunate that we have a team that fights to get every single penny they can, right? And it's just not, the team doesn't just, the getting the grants is not just applying for the grants, it's advocating for the funding to be available for the grants. And I think that that's where Rainier has done an excellent job as well, because we might have the best team ever to go apply for the grants. But if there's not money in those line items at a federal and state level, there's nothing for us to apply to. So a lot of the work that we also heavily do is advocate for money to be available for us to be able to apply, especially as city our side. We managed to grab federal and state grants and even county grants, but the federal grants, although they have big numbers, the skill that the staff has taken to be able to do what is required has been outstanding. For the fact that we got invoices back has been, I know that alone is a lot of work. And the 1,000 meetings that you guys go to and everything, right? For me, I think that I will work with you, Mr. Kamali, and the city attorney when it comes to the short-term leases, right? In order to be able to do that. And obviously, I always make sure that funding for our food baskets and help for the residents is also included in the things that we do, because the reality is there's a big need. And there's a reason why we fought also to have a social service coordinator, to be able to bridge some of the gap that is a challenge overall. But I would say that between the various series of events the city has for free for our residents, the welcoming atmosphere the whole entire team puts together, thank you for leading the team and making sure we do that. And it takes a finance team to make sure the money is there, because we could decide to do 1,000 events, but if it's not there, it ain't happening. So overall, thank you for all directors for being here and for coming. So this portion is done. Mr. Kamali, I'll see you the floor, but before doing that, there is a running tally that we have that I will ask Council Member Woodall to more or less give us a rundown of the additional money we have much requested, because we need to look at the budget and do a deep dive and figure out where the money is coming from. And we might have to think of reducing some of those asks, because the reality is that, there's more asks than there's cutting. And unlike other higher level governments, we balance our budget. So if it's a penny off, it's not balanced. And our team has done a good job of doing that as well. But can you go ahead and walk us through, Valerie, before I move to the next? And then I'll see you the floor, Mr. Kamali.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So requests that have come through from what I've heard. from the mayor and council budget, a request for adding $1,500 for retreats in line item 5,400. For City Hall, 10,000 added to Gateway CDC, line item 5558 and 5558A. A request from City Hall to reduce 26,400 from line item 5,400. And then I had requested or to work with you all to for the Public Works Department, 24,330 to recognize the grants, and that's grant revenue and expense, I believe. But that could be in 2 different fiscal years, so to be decided. There was a request to remove $500 from administrative services for the Rent Stabilization Board, $10,000 reduced for the Arts Commission for line item 5555. There was a request for administrative services to move $10,000 to 5554 and move 7,500 to 5553 for the Recreation Committee. There was a request, but no budgetary amount for the message to be going digital. There was a request to reduce $2,500 from the Recreation Committee budget. And then in terms of other funding, there was a request for $10,000 for the fire department overall.
So can you give me
The full total is to reduce 17,900 from the budget if all requests are honored.
so we need to find that money. Joseph, go ahead.
I believe there was one that was missed. I think I had also requested an additional $1,000 in the dues on the mayor and council, the membership dues for mayor and council.
Add or decrease?
Add.
Okay. I thought. Okay.
Did you include the stalking in that, or you're just
Yeah.
looking at it? I would, I meant to mention, if we move the gateway to economic development, would it be prudent to move the arts commission to economic development because of the argument about the arts? Is that?
Oh, I'm trying not to disperse my honor because people already feel that we don't put enough money back. This is the reason why the committees are so important, because they manage a lot of the money for the city under the careful supervision of the city manager. But let's think about that one. But as we brainstorm through it, right, Valerie, if you could send, how do you call it, that information forward to city manager, start thinking about what dollar you're gonna, because for every dollar you want moved, there's a dollar that needs to come out from somewhere in this budget. We're trying to do our best not to touch the savings account, right, to stay within what this budget looks like. So we need to figure out what it looks like. But I will ask, when you're removing funding, strongly think about the consequences of like that dollar that's being moved from one side to the other and how much it could potentially cost more in the long run and not less. Okay? All right, Mr. Kamali, the floor is yours. My apology.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor. Just going back to a comment that Council Member Carter mentioned about the fire department and the volunteer. I do appreciate their service because my son is a firefighter, volunteer firefighter. He's been there for 7 years. But let me let you know that please, if you talk to them, let them respond to my request. When I put the budget out in December, I send it, and I've been sending it to them every year. They don't even bother to respond. And if they fill out that form, then I can bring it to your attention, council attention, and say that they're requesting 10,000, 5,000, 2,000. They never respond. And so it would be nice if they, communicate with the city manager, and then definitely if we can help them, they're working for our city, why not?
I'll take that message to them.
Please, thank you.
And we did receive an email that I'm sorry, guys, I stayed up until 3 o'clock answering work. But I'm going to be answering because I'm going to figure out like what is specifically we can do to advocate for the federal issue that they're having. But it's going to be more than that, because I think communication needs to happen, because they're being It has to either alternate years between both or whatever it is. So that way they could both apply at different times, because if not, this is going to continue to happen. So this is what people call it, is above my pay grade, but I'll go ahead and provide the feedback to those that could potentially do something, because definitely something has to give. And at this point, it's like, it feels like it keeps going back and forth. It's a challenge. But they did got a grant for $50,000, and they're looking for the second part of the grant. I think they're going to apply next year to get the remaining of for the total 80. So it'll be like another 30,000 that they need to take care of, like the decals and whatever else is added for it. So at least they're working on it. And our team has been working with them on grant writing and, reviewing any information they need. So that's the additional staffing work we have done. But Ron Wilson, I saw your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to suggest that maybe one of the things we could do is to provide them more in-kind assistance, like with the grant writing and other things we might, not to say no to the money, but I'm just saying in order to be helpful, maybe there are some other things that we can also do that would help them out.
Yeah. And I would say definitely it's big because I think that we got into a point that everybody's basically been following the rules to submit those documents. We need to make sure that we all follow through with it, because it creates now like a bigger chunk that we need to deal with, comparison to like if, I think the last direction was to meet with the city manager to like show some books, show some information and what the plan is and blah, blah, blah. So that's those conversations happen around, that time. So when the city manager puts them together, he already has the information he needs to be able to fill it in. Right now, we're like at the 22-hour, trying to get in, it becomes a challenge.
Real quick, I think that because there has been this historic distrust between the city and the fire department, which I'm trying to decrease, I think that may play a part in it. I'm not positive. I'll check. But I still would like to ask, at least, even if it's zeroed out, just, a line item for the volunteer fire department. But I will reach out to Chief Fisher and President Hines and try to facilitate some kind of meeting with you guys and, to get the point across that we need to, do this going forward. And I like who made the idea about rotating years. You did.
But that's a bigger conversation.
That's a bigger, I was going to say, that's a
Like I said, it's above my pay grade.
Because that would have to be an agreement with Brentwood, and they're used to.
Not mentioning names.
The other fire department in the building, they're used to putting in grants like on a regular basis.
So that's what I said, it's going to be a different conversation that we do not facilitate. Somebody else has to do it.
But thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do you need to answer,
Yes, please,
wrap it
because
up?
I
You
got
want us to add 2 more minutes?
2 more minutes. I have 2 more
Motion
issues.
to add 2 more minutes on the clock. Make it 4 just in case.
Can I make a motion to add 5 more minutes?
Thank you so much, Joseph. Second?
Second.
Probably moving second discussion. Hearing none, no objections, no abstentions. Go ahead, Mr. Kamali.
I just want to let you know that also, Danielle, Bill has been working on so many grants with them since 2 years ago. But unfortunately, we did not get lucky, and we're still going after, to get something for them. But again, I appreciate Chief Fisher, Jason Fisher, to provide those information to give it to us faster than we can do. That's one point. Then going to the economic development, I just want to let you know that, Mayor, you mentioned a good point. Regarding the commercial district employee, that's the $70,000 cost for public works. I can remove that one and put it over there too, because that person is allocated to the business commercial district, Rhode Island Avenue, 34th, Varnum Street. So we have a full-time employee that, as Mayor said, they're supposed to pitch in, and no one did. Now the city is paying the full benefits and the salary for a full-time employee. And so I just want to let you know that right now, even though the position is still vacant, the Public Works is doing it, and they're cleaning the sidewalks all the way to end of the businesses, going this way to Post Office, Eastern Avenue, and Varnum Street. So that's another cost that we can bring it to that department, which is another $70,000. Take it out from Public Works, pay, and put it right there.
Yeah, that'd be good. So that would reflect a little bit more how much money is being spent, because that's not this year. It's been several years that the city has paid
No,
for
it's
this
been, it's been
service.
almost, poor Pedro, God rest his soul. Yeah, he was there almost 5 years, cleaning everything. And right now, we have divide the hours between the team until we get someone on board. So, and that's another big incentives for the, for all the businesses that will clean the sidewalks clean, even though it's our public right of way. That's all I got. Thank
So,
you.
Joseph, is that what you added more time?
As part of the wrap
ahead.
up, I just wanted to make sure we also will be able to get information on how increasing the vacant tax rate, as was talked about earlier, how much of an impact that could have positively on our budget, and also the schedule fees, what that might do, because that might help a little bit with any sort of negatives we need to deal with.
I can give you
Go
a
ahead.
partial answer to that already. If you accomplish the goal of converting vacant houses to non-vacant, you actually will drop your revenue. Because those properties would go down to the regular tax rate.
But won't it also increase because we will get business income taxes coming in as well?
Well, we don't get business income taxes.
We don't get-
We
just
get
the
personal property taxes. And we
Exactly.
get a share, a small share of the state income taxes from individuals, from residents.
Okay, okay. So it would help, it probably would offset with the.
It probably would.
The residentials.
I would not count on it being a net positive to revenue,
Okay.
but it would accomplish non-revenue goals. So
Well,
that's not dissuade.
All the more reason to have a good estimate so that we know
The other-
what kind of decision we're making.
Okay. The other thing to point out is like, when it comes to the vacant stuff like that, the other part that we've seen a lot is like, they put a lien on the house, so you don't see the, so you don't see the money. And also the cost to do abatement is bigger than even the line item in the budget on it, so therefore it creates an issue. And mind you, I'm not gonna say where I live, but I'm dealing
Yeah, with one of them.
with it.
Yeah.
So that gives you a perfect example of how, although we have these rules, right? You might not see it, but also if the building is if the building is the same building, but one of them is like rent and the other one is not, it doesn't fall into that. So that's what's like, I want to make sure we see the numbers, because from what I understand, it might end up being what you're saying, like, even out, it'll achieve the goal to have them like potentially move, but I do not expect like big revenue out of it, at least like from the past conversations, but it'll be good to at least see it so that when we go be in the same information. Last one, because you already went 3 times and that's it, we need to go home.
My main point with raising that was not to generate this amazing income for the community, but it was to force the owners to either fill or sell.
Yeah.
Fill or sell.
Yeah, so
And that
that's,
is the proper approach to it.
yeah.
That's my approach, so thank you.
So I would say, thank you for this part of it. They'll give us the information that we need. Other things are gonna be moved to work session.
Yes.
Make sure we follow through with it, including the fee schedule / ordinance, right, for the April, for the April work session. We're gonna be seeing this, correct? So yeah, so that way we like don't leave that one as a.
And also, Mayor, we're gonna see the fines ordinance that the city attorney and I are working on it. So please, council members, send me the information that you have. Then we can start fixing and resolving those
Adjusting.
issues.
So we have homework, they have homework. Let's make sure we get through it. In saying that, thank you guys. And some of you guys, it's your first budget fiscal review and sitting in the seats.
Okay.
So I'm gonna move on to item number 4, public comment. And no one. No, I thought you said we have 2. I'm all like, where? There's no one. Okay. Seeing that we have no one for public comment, can I make a Oh, my poor computer's fighting me. Can I make a motion to adjourn at actually, not may I. Motion to adjourn at 2:07 PM. Can I have a second?
Second.
It's been probably moved and second. Any discussion? Objection, abstention? Hearing none? Guys, we have a motion on the floor. Hearing none, the meeting has come to adjournment. Have a wonderful day. It's on this one, the adjournment.
Thank you so much, everyone.